1st, 2025. We're going to call this meeting of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors to order. Let the record reflect that Supervisors Church, Alejo, and Daniels are in chamber, and Supervisors Lopez and Askew will be arriving shortly. Are there any additions or corrections for closed session by County Council?
No additions or corrections.
Thank you. We're going to go to closed session on items numbers 1A through C. Are there any public comment on closed session items numbers 1A through C?
I see no hands raised and nobody in chambers.
Okay, well, with that, we will recess the Board of Supervisors to closed session until 10:30.
Let the record reflect that all members are present, with Supervisor Church joining us briefly. I'm going to ask Diego to give us the announcement of the interpreter.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete español-inglés, inglés-español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer comentario público y necesita servicio de intérprete, favor hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Diego. With that, we're going to head towards the pledge, but I just want to take a second here with the 4th of July around the corner to acknowledge that this pledge is an important one for our country, something that we all learn in grade school and often go through sort of droning and reciting from memory without considering the words. And there is a phrase at the very end that says "for all." And with everything going on in our country today, I think it's important that we call it out, that we recognize, especially with the recent announcement of an attempt to create sort of a two-tier citizenry with the attempt to claw back the naturalized citizens' rights, that we have to continue to fight for that every single day. Nothing is guaranteed. We have to maintain our democracy through our efforts. So as we recite the pledge today, and I ask you to join me in doing so, I know that I'll be focusing on those words, "for all." Please rise and join me in our nation's pledge. Thank you. With that, we're going to look at additions and corrections. I'm going to start by going to Supervisor Daniels, who's going to announce the addition of a adjourn in memory.
Yes, at the end of this meeting, we will be adjourning in memory of John Walton, 5th District resident, who passed away at 5:30 this morning.
Thank you, Supervisor. And we'll go to the clerk to see if there's any other additions or corrections.
There are none.
All right, with that, we're going to jump into our ceremonial resolutions. We have them listed on our agenda today as items 2 through 7. Is there a member of this body who wishes to remove an item from our ceremonial resolutions for comment, questions, or alternative action? Seeing none, we'll go out to the public, see if there's any public input on our ceremonial resolutions. I see nobody coming forward in room. No hands going up via Zoom, so I will close public comment. I'll take a motion from Supervisor Alejo, second from Supervisor Askew. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? The motion carries. All right, so I'm going to come down first and present a resolution to Brian Flores and the team from our parks, and then after that, we'll go to Supervisor Askew. All right, so up here you have the team that makes parks accessible for Monterey County and makes it worthwhile in terms of the visitor experience. And so we're honoring this month, the month of July, as Parks and Recreation Month in Monterey County, and as Park and Recreation Professionals Day, July 18th. It's important for our communities to have places to recreate. We know, and especially in South County, we have some of the most overcrowded housing, as well as in East Salinas, in the entire nation. There's parts of East Salinas that are more dense than Manhattan. And our folks are always looking for a place to experience the outdoors, to commune with nature and reconnect to the things that we value. And I can tell you that the parks that we have brought together and made free to the community through the efforts of the board that you see sitting before you, and with the help of this staff, which makes sure that they're beautiful, clean, and really places that people see as destinations, is not equal to any other place that I've been in this country. And I am proud of that. If you've not been to San Lorenzo Park in King City or Toro recently, go out, visit, take your shoes off and run in that grass, because you can. They're beautiful facilities thanks to the folks that you see up here who keep them safe and clean for all of us. And so I just want to make one more comment before I turn it over to Director Ishii here, but that is that for me growing up, my best childhood memories of the 4th of July were in San Lorenzo Park in King City. We'd have a parade. The parade would terminate in the park, and the community would come out. I remember making kites and having a hot dog and playing all the games that they put up for us kids in that park. And for years, it disappeared. And I challenged Brian when he became director of parks to help me bring that event back. And the team you see in front of you did that. They bent over backwards, sometimes sideways, and leaned left and right. It took every direction possible, but this 4th of July will be the 3rd year that McCarlum and the local young farmers together will bring back that event to our community who lost it for about 7 years. So it's a huge effort that it takes to make parks accessible, but the memories that are made are those that we never forget. And so with that, I want to turn it over to Director Ishii for a few words.
Thank you very much, Chair Lopez and members of the board. Staff will reserve most of our time for our Chief of Parks, Brian Flores, to say words for this month. But in short, what we'd like to do is, again, thank the board for the recognition, and that this month of July represents the 40th of the National Parks Months, and this is the first time that we are able to celebrate 18 July 25 as National Parks and Recreation Professionals Day. As exemplified by Supervisor Lopez, this is a small amount of the staff who make sure that our parks are wonderful places for our public to visit, and thanks to the efforts of this board, the parks continue to be free for the day use park entries to our parks to be able to enjoy. And our parks were the places that people were able to go and recreate, some of the few places people were able to enjoy and recreate and be able to get out and enjoy nature during the COVID-19 pandemic that we all endeavored through. So with that, I'd like to hand the floor to Chief of Parks, Brian Flores.
Thank you, Chair Lopez, and Director Ishii. Thank you to my staff that's here. As Director Ishii stated, a small contingent of our large park division. Most of our staff are getting ready for the July 4th weekend and working very hard to get the parks in shape for our guests. So this year's motto for National Park and Recreation Month is build together, play together. And just going back to your words on the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, when we build things together, you know, they're usually better for everybody. So whether it's community or family or friends or being at the parks, when we build things for our communities, for our families, for our friends, we get together and we play together. And so I think it's just a really great motto for this year's Park and Recreation Month. Just with everything that you know, we're stronger together. Our parks are great places for everybody to come and recreate, but it's also a gathering area for people who have large families, you know, for quinceañeras, for birthday parties, for holiday celebrations. I remember, you know, you can't fit 30 cousins in grandma's front room, so where do you go? You go to the park. And so I spent my childhood at parks on holidays, things like that. So coming back and being able to provide that for the community is just great. And thank you to all of you who are park supporters. For this month, we are going to have a park event at Toro Park on the 13th, Sunday the 13th, from 10 to 1 o'clock. It's in collaboration with our Park RX program, which is a really great program where doctors and medical providers are actually prescribing park activities, hikes, walking, getting out in the parks as part of a patient's medical plan. And so the Park RX program is here in Monterey County. We're partnering with different agencies such as Big Sur Land Trust, with the Blue Zones, and having a really great activity-filled day for our community. So come on out, and we're doing all kinds of fun things on the 13th. So thank you.
So I'm going to present this to Brian at the same time. He evoked in me a memory. My rehearsal dinner was at San Lorenzo Park. My son's and daughter's baptism and birthday this year were at San Lorenzo Park. Those are the places that we create together. And as a reminder, fireworks are illegal in your parks this 4th of July. So come out and celebrate, but leave the fireworks at home. With that, we'll get a photo.
All right, next up, I am honored and pleased. We're going to be adopting a resolution honoring ventures in celebration of National Financial Freedom Day, which is July 1st, which is today, I think. So if I could invite Maria Cardenas, our Executive Director for Ventures, and Cecilia Diaz, the Power in Building Community Building Director, and Lorraine Iglesias, a member of the Board of Directors of Ventures, to come join me here. Oh, and Gino. Oh, awesome. Fantastic. Yay. Okay, that's right. And Gino Garcia. Well, what is your role now? Community Engagement Coordinator. Oh, I love it. Okay, well, I'm going to present this to you. Thank you. And so in celebration of National Financial Freedom Day, we're honoring Ventures, which is a local nonprofit here. But National Financial Freedom Day is observed annually on July 1st, celebrating principles of economic empowerment, financial independence, and equitable opportunity for all individuals to thrive, regardless of background or circumstances. The Equal Credit Opportunity Act of 1974 serves as a foundational legal safeguard prohibiting credit discrimination based on race, color, religion, national origin, sex, marital status, age, or receipt of public assistance, reinforcing that economic opportunity must be inclusive and accessible to every American. Ventures is proudly celebrating 35 years of bold, intentional work to create a shared and prosperous economic future in which one's zip code, race, gender, or immigration status does not dictate income or wealth. Ventures has remained steadfast in advancing solutions, economic and political knowledge, community power, and mutual prosperity, creating pathways to economic freedom for individuals historically excluded from financial systems and resources. At the core of Ventures' mission is a deep and unwavering commitment to honoring community members' dignity, self-determination, and lived experience, ensuring that all voices are uplifted in the design and delivery of programs and services. Ventures' work is explicit and intentional in centering racial and gender equity, dismantling systemic barriers, and reshaping the narrative of financial empowerment through justice-focused programming. Since July 2024, Ventures' impact in Monterey County has included serving 440 individuals through the Familias con Más program, offering 244 personalized one-on-one financial coaching sessions, delivering 20 online financial fit workshops, and providing a vital financial safety net to 60 families through the ALAS program. So today, it's my honor that the County of Monterey Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all of our residents, recognize and celebrate and appreciate Ventures for your decades-long commitment to equitable financial empowerment and your impact in advancing economic justice in alignment with the values of National Financial Freedom Day. And we know that, I'll just make a couple comments. I oftentimes think about the Equal Credit Opportunity Act. In 1974, that was just before I was born. And to think that my mom was only able to get a credit card, put her name on a mortgage, get a loan, that those were things that she only earned the right to be able to achieve. Women were collectively only able to earn the right to achieve within the lifetime of my own mom. And so many of the women who are here in this room is not that long ago. And so the need to continue to dismantle those systemic barriers and then provide education and opportunity. And for so many of our residents here in Monterey County, the work that you do is so critical and so important. And we're so grateful to have you doing that work here in Monterey County and in Santa Cruz County. Thank you so much. And it's an honor to have you here in our chambers today and to celebrate and uplift your work. But I'll give you a chance to make some comments. Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you. Thank you for this recognition. I would like to say that this work doesn't happen alone. It really is in partnership with the Board of Supervisors who have open doors and conversations and have such faith and care for the community you represent. It means a lot. And I would just encourage all of you to have a conversation about money. I think it's sometimes we forget how much we carry our children and our neighbors and showing them what good financial stability and collective care for each other looks like, from shopping local to not going to predatory lenders, Together, we'll build local economies that move us forward. And right now, in terms of gender equity, in this county and in the Central Coast, women are still earning less than $1 to men. And Latina women are earning 42 cents to the dollar. There's so much work to keep going, and we're going to keep doing it together. So thank you so much for this recognition.
Round of applause for Ventures, and we'll take a quick photograph. Oh, we have to go to the, there was a, did we take our, okay, there used to be a little. Okay. Okay, and we have one more, and this one is really special. I mean, they're all really special, but this one's really special for me. And I'm going to invite Wendy Steele, the Executive Director of Young Adults with Epilepsy, and Dr. Stella Lagarda. Lagarda, did I get that right?
Yeah, she's on the phone.
Oh, on the phone. Okay, well, we can just join Stella on the phone, on Zoom, board member. And did you have anyone else who wanted to join us today?
We have a lot of our team on Zoom. So
Okay, well, we've got a whole group of folks on Zoom that we're going to welcome from the Young Adults with Epilepsy board. And Cindy, join us.
Cindy's a mom, and she's on our board.
Cindy, please join us. Mom of young adult with epilepsy. And on the board. And so today we're celebrating and honoring young adults with epilepsy, also known as YAWE. So YAWE. And this is a local nonprofit that serves nationally and raises awareness for young adults with epilepsy. So I'm going to read a few of our whereases, and then I'll make a few comments, and So epilepsy, and this is proclaiming September 7th through 13th of 2025 as Young Adults with Epilepsy Awareness Week in the County of Monterey. We're doing a little bit early, but there is an event coming up that we'll announce. Epilepsy is a neurological condition affecting 1 in 26 people in their lifetime, with young adults facing distinct challenges during their transition to independence. Young adults living with epilepsy may experience seizures, medication side effects, and social stigmas that significantly impact their mental health, education, employment, and quality of life. Young Adults with Epilepsy was founded in Monterey County to address an unmet need for support, advocacy, and community among the young people, and I'm going to say on their families, living with epilepsy. YAWE provides vital services, including peer-to-peer support, mental health resources, creative educational content, and workshops that foster independence, confidence, and a sense of belonging among young adults navigating the complexities that come with living life with epilepsy. YAWE's programs promote empowerment for individuals and their families, addressing health equity gaps, cultivating resilience within a population sometimes overlooked in traditional healthcare and support systems. Through community events such as the Walk for Epilepsy Monterey, Tee Off for Epilepsy Golf Tournament, Mental Health and Epilepsy Symposium, and the Tides of Hope Gala, which is coming up, which have educated hundreds of families, providers, and policymakers on the complex realities faced by young adults with epilepsy. Young Adult Epilepsy Awareness Week offers a dedicated opportunity to raise awareness, foster support, and celebrate the strength, the resilience, the perseverance of young adults living with epilepsy, culminating in the Walk for Epilepsy event on September 13th at the YMCA in Monterey. So therefore, be it resolved that the County of Monterey Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all of our residents, and in celebration of all young adults living with epilepsy, hereby recognizes the accomplishments and the dedication and the perseverance and the continued impact of the young adults with epilepsy, and proclaim September 7th through 13th as Young Adult Epilepsy Awareness Week here in Monterey County. And with that, I'll just say for me, this was especially connecting with Wendy and learning more about this organization was especially important for me, having grown up with a close family friend and watching her resilience and just perseverance in living life in the most fullest, most beautiful way. Just the challenges did not stop her, did not limit her ability to anyway. Or her family. And so I think being able to celebrate and provide that support. And so in honor of Kelly, we love you and we think about you often. And thank you for providing all of the supports to families and to young people. I'll let you make a few comments as well, if that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. I just remember when we connected at that chamber lunch, I think it's 1 in 26 in our population have epilepsy. I did some quick math. So imagine the whole town of Monterey. That's how many people in the area have epilepsy. The other thing, so this was inspired by my 27-year-old son, who I'm very blessed and thankful now is thriving. Epilepsy can be a very isolating condition, particularly for young adults. Imagine not being able to drive. Imagine feeling the stigma or trying to figure out who to even say that you have epilepsy to. So we have created this community. We're only 2 years old, but we have grown in leaps and bounds, not only in Monterey, but around the country. And we even have people from over 30 countries that are finding our content because we have a digital footprint. So I just wanted to thank you, Wendy. It's great to meet another Wendy. And I just wanted to make a plug. We have our Walk for Epilepsy in Monterey at the YMCA. I look forward to meeting and working with all the other supervisors too. We do have peer support in Spanish. That's a very underserved population, and I feel like that's really where we could make a mark here, particularly with my board membership and affiliation with the Y and the Tri-County areas of all those facilities. I would love to see what we can do to support Spanish. But yeah, Miller, would you mind coming up with the tote bag? We would like to present each supervisor with a tote bag, which we have, and our impact report. And we can just show one for fun, but you gotta love our team and their creativity and humor. We like to say, it ain't easy being CZ. And so I would like to present each of you supervisors with a tote bag. And I look forward to working with all of you a little more in the future. And thank you for this recognition. This is very, very special. Did you want to say anything, Cindy?
No. I've lived in Salinas and Monterey County my whole life. I've worked for the Monterey Bay Air Pollution Control for 39 years. I'm still working there. Until I found young adults epilepsy, my son and myself have been very isolated. My son is still a little isolated. We've been dealing with epilepsy for about 5 years now. He was a wonderful, smart child and, went to Cal Poly for electrical engineering, but had to come home. No, he had to come home because that's when his epilepsy started most of them in their 20s. We're struggling today with him, and he is at Natividad as I speak with some mental issues. So what Wendy's doing with the program is a very much needed program, and I'm hoping I can get him connected. I sit on the board now of young adults with epilepsy, but he's been a little shy, and but we're struggling, and this is wonderful. So thank you.
Well, thank you guys. Thank you. So give a round of applause for young adults with epilepsy and community support, and looking out for one another, knowing that sometimes we're all struggling with things that we don't know anything about. Yes. And so being able to find support and being able to share difficult stories, and that's where we find support and community, and so that's where we find strength. So to one another, and we'll take a quick photograph. But thank you for all the work you're doing. And we'll share these bags with my colleagues.
right, with that, we have come to our appointments calendar. I'm going to turn to see if there's any public input on our appointments this morning. I see no hands up via Zoom. Any comments from the dais? Seeing none, is there a motion to move appointments? Got a motion from Alejo, second from Church. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? The motion carries. With that, we're going to look at our consent calendar, items 22 through 43 on today's agenda. Is there a member of the board who wishes to pull an item from consent for comment, questions, or alternative action?
I was hoping to pull for separate vote item 40.1, sorry.
Okay, 40.1, any other items? Seeing none, we'll go out and see if there's any members of the public who wish to pull an item from consent this morning for comments, questions, or alternative action. Seeing no hands going up, nobody coming forward in the room, I'll bring it back for 40.1. We'll go to Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, thank you. And this was the, this was Bixler step placement at step 7. It looks like the item was added. This was the item that we had pulled from last week's agenda regarding the PPNR that I had pulled with concerns about the PPNR being followed and the need to have all of our step placements follow the same requirements to follow the PPNRs and have the same rules apply to either we need to change the PPNRs to exclude certain elected officials, or we need to have our PPNRs be applied fairly and equitably to all hirings. In this case, it does not appear that there was a recruitment that occurred for this position, and that is part of the PPNR list of criteria. So I'm not able to support this step placement at step 7. It does appear that this individual is highly qualified and would be taking a pay cut in order to come here to work with us, but we do have a set of criteria that out of fairness to all employees and all hiring positions. If we do want to look at the PPNRs and make changes, that is a different conversation that I'd be open to exploring. But at this point, given the PPNRs as they're currently written, I think we need to apply them equitably to all hiring positions. Thank you.
Supervisor Askew, I have Andreas here in the room, and I do want him to clarify specifically for this PPPR, it only applies to a specific unit, and that would be our department heads, I believe, and their assistants. But let me have him provide additional clarification. It is very specific as to who it applies to, so it's not countywide.
Chair Lopez, thank you. Officer De La Rosa, Supervisor Askew, yes. This specific one is only for non-elected Unit Y, so it doesn't apply to other units. So if you are hiring somebody in, let's say, another department, hiring at whatever step you'd like to hire is up to the appointing authority, which means it's up to the department head of that department. The non-elected Unit Y, which is typically department heads and assistant department heads, this is the only time where you have to come to the board to get somebody appointed higher than what it says here. And then the criteria here that is listed here are the same criteria that is listed when a appointing authority has to hire someone. However, you don't have to meet all the criteria. What it says is there are certain, it says you need to look at all of these and weigh it. So if I'm in HR hiring a senior analyst and I want to appoint them at step 5 or step 6, these are the criteria guidelines that I have, but it's within the authority of on the PPPR of that department head. So this Unit Y where you have to come to the board is only, this specific is only applicable to department head and assistant department heads who are in Unit Y. And to answer your question on looking at the PPPR, we are in HR looking at that, and we fully intend to come back here in August with updates and proposals.
So to that point then, if this position does not require coming to the Board of Supervisors, why is it coming to the Board of Supervisors?
No, this position does require to come to the Board of Supervisors if you're appointing somebody above basically step 3. But it's only for people who are in Unit Y. What I'm trying to answer the question is that if you are appointing somebody at step 4, 5, 6, 7, that's when it has to come to the board, but it's only for department heads and assistant department heads, and in this case, the chief deputies who are part of Unit Y. If it was any other county employee who is not in Unit Y, that doesn't come to the board. That is within the authority of the department head of that department to hire anywhere between step 1 and step 7.
Right, so in this case, this position, the PPNRs apply to this position, and it's required to come to the board, and we're required to utilize the PPNR requirements to consider whether step 7 qualifies in this case.
So, Supervisor, I ask you through the chair, what you're asking to do is actually A1.11.5, which is waiver for unusual circumstances. What this is asking is for the board to allow a appointment at step 7 to waive these requirements that are in the general provisions. So you want to waive them. If you waive them, then you're saying, I'm waiving it and I'm approving appointment at step 7. So that's really what this is being asked for, is the request from the Sheriff's Department is that like the board to approve the waiver of these requirements so that the sheriff can appoint a person at step 7. So that's really what is being asked for here is, are you going to waive or not waive these requirements? And if you don't waive, then you don't waive. And if you waive, you waive. That's really what it's about.
Right, thank you. And I think my point is that we don't waive requirements for other county employees, and that we have a set of criteria that we follow. So I think my comments still stand.
It's at the board's discretion.
Thank you.
Other comments on this one? Supervisor Alejo.
And I agree with Supervisor Askew. I would like this a separate vote, and I'm not going to be able to support this today for the reasons stated last time.
All right. So given that, any public comment on this item? Come back in a second. I don't see any hands up. I'll bring it back. Supervisor Church.
So, yeah, and I fully agree that the PPNRs need to be reviewed, and I think, the board decided on that last week. I suggested that, and the board was supportive. So I know we're going that direction. I'm glad to hear it's going to be coming forth in August. I'm going to take the same position, which I've always taken, and that there's a handful of positions that each elected official has that are at-will positions. And in this particular case, it appears this step 7 is being offered to bring this person in because they are taking a pay cut anyway. And I just think you're dealing with a handful of positions that are a little bit different than what are, that are not at-will positions. And I'm going to support it because I've been consistent since I've been here. You have to give the elected officials a little bit of leeway on their top appointees, and again, this is an at-will. It's not a position that is protected beyond that, and that's where my position stands.
Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you, Chair Lopez. I have a couple questions, and I'm trying to understand the concern and what was presented to us. So the recruitment process that didn't occur is part of the PP&R process. And what's before us today is whether or not to approve this step 7 hiring, or a hiring at step 7 that would waive the recruitment process. And so I guess my question becomes, what other examples? I mean, we approve these all the time, it seems like. So
Supervisor Daniels, I don't think it's waiving the recruitment process. I think, and I'll turn to Andreas, who knows the PPPR better, but it is essentially allowing the chief deputy to be hired at the step 7 instead of the step 4? Would it be the normal up to, that's where I need help, Andreas.
So in the case of non-elected Unit Y salary steps, the sheriff can hire up to step 3. So that's where they have the authority. Then they can make an appointment up to step 3. The Board of Supervisors may authorize an appointment up to step 4. Now, if step 4 is not sufficient and you want to hire at step 7, what you have to ask for is just the second section, which is a waiver for unusual circumstances. So what you're asking for is, I'd like you to waive provisions A.1.11.1. Once the board, so what the board is saying is that we approve the waiver of those, and then that then allows technically the appointing authority to then appoint a person at step 7. So that's really, it sounds like I'm splitting hairs here, but that's really, in essence, what's really being asked for.
And Supervisor Daniels, you're correct that the board has done this in the past, and indeed, I think, did it for the last couple chief deputy hires.
And to follow up, though, one of those points in the PP&R that has been brought up today is an open recruitment process, and that's one of the things that the board would be deciding. So the question that I have, which I believe was just answered, is, are there no other examples of these coming to us where we've made this very same decision for other departments and other elected officials?
There was for the previous chief deputy appointments. I remember very clearly my very first day here. That was one thing that came up. And since then, I think there has been a few, I can't recall the number of appointments, that this request has been made. And then last week, there was an approval for the assistant CAO position to be hired at a higher step. But once again, what I want to stress is when you approve the waiver for unusual circumstances, it means you're waiving that whole section of the general provisions. And this position, the appointing authority doesn't have to do a recruitment for this chief deputy position. So
no, this isn't, I think I'm in agreement that this isn't out of step with our policies in terms of the request.
Yeah, it would be not out of step with the practices that have, and I can't speak for the whole board, just what I'm just commenting on that.
Okay, then I would be in agreement with Supervisor Church on supporting this waiver for unusual circumstances. And
all right, so I want to take a second here. I know last week we had a technical snafu and we could not see the sheriff's hand up when she wished to speak. I'm looking at the list again and I don't see the sheriff's hand up, so I want to make sure that if she does have it up, she has an opportunity to comment. Sheriff, if you're with us and wish to speak, would you unmute yourself now so that we can receive your comment? All right, not seeing anyone unmuting, so we'll go ahead and bring it back. And I'll just state for my piece, I look at it through the compensation philosophy at this point, understanding that looking at what the person's making now, I know we have competing interests in terms of processes, but to me, one of those keys is when you want to bring in folks that are going to help you do the job, you have to pay them compared to what they're currently making. And this person is taking a pay cut even at step 7. For that reason, I'm comfortable supporting this. But big picture, my concerns around the budget are the counterpoint. And I just want to be on the record as saying that because that is important as we come to the wrapping up a fiscal year quite literally today and worrying about overages and the impact on the county-wide budget. And so I know that the sheriff's going to have to do what they can do to maintain their allocation in a way that does not require us as a board to continue to dip into other reserves to make sure that that budget can be kept whole. And as part of that, with that on the record, I'm comfortable supporting this position today because of the competing interest of the compensation philosophy that we carry as a county. And so with that, I'm going to go ahead and
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I wanted to hear what other colleagues said, but I just, for the record, I want to just say, I think this rewards behavior that year after year, it's not just to say it's an elected official's choice. We decide, we approve the budgets, and every year since I've been here, this department has been millions of dollars in overruns. It's only gotten worse, and now every position I think that has come out of this department, we've approved them multiple steps. And as I said last time, it's not an exception to the rule. It's a pattern and practice of bumping everybody to the highest amount possible. And then when we know that this department is spending way more than what it's allocated, and then we're approving these, for me, I think that's rewarding that type of behavior. Every other department comes to us, makes the tough choices, makes efforts to stay within their budget. This one has been over in the millions of dollars, and it is affecting all our other services, all the flexibility, contingencies, funding that we could help other departments who have been begging for other positions. We're not able to do that because we're giving one department millions and more because they spent millions more. And years ago, when Supervisor Askew and I were in the budget, we even made sure that they were provided a higher, more realistic budget so that they weren't just coming over millions of dollars in overtime cost year after year. We made that adjustment years ago. And despite that, we're still coming millions in overruns. So I just want our board just to be, if we're going to be serious about sending a message to departments about staying within budget, let's do it. Let's not just say it and then the next position we're bumping the next big hire to the maximum level possible that comes at a cost. Thank you.
All right, so with that, hearing the need for an alternative motion on a single item, I'm going to ask for a motion to approve all items on the agenda less 40.1. So that's 22 through 43 without 40.1. Is there a motion to that effect? Yes. Got a motion from Alejo, second from Church. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? The motion carries. With that, we're left with 40.1. Is there a motion to approve 40.1?
Motion to approve 40.1.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
The motion carries 3-2. With that, we've concluded our consent calendar. We'll jump into our general public comment, which is item 13 on our agenda. We invite folks joining us via Zoom to use the raise hand function *9 via landline in order to be recognized. Each public speaker will receive 2 minutes to share comments with this board regarding items not on today's agenda, but within the purview of this body. We invite folks in room to come forward. Seeing nobody coming forward, we'll go to Zoom. Seeing no hands up via Zoom, we will close our general public comment and proceed to our scheduled matters, beginning with our crop and livestock report from the Ag Commissioner. I see Commissioner Juan Hidalgo and staff here, so we'll give you the floor. Tell us all about the drones.
Good morning, Chair Lopez, members of the board, Juan Hidalgo, Agricultural Commissioner, here today with Chief Deputy Agricultural Commissioner Tim Lewis. And it's a pleasure to be before you today to do our annual unveiling of the crop report. And we do have a presentation, if we can find it here. Which one it might be? Item. Apologize for the slight delay here and technical issues, but I think our crop report is something that a lot of our communities look forward to seeing, and our growers just to see the growth of agriculture here in the county. And this year's report is no exception. And I think we made some really great gains and improvements compared to the 2023 crop report. Well, I think I don't want to hold up the meeting, so I think we're going to continue. And so I wanted to disclose that, there we are. The gross agricultural production value for 2024 was $4.99 billion in production last year. This is just short of making the $5 billion mark, which is a big achievement for our growers, for our communities, for our agricultural workers. That is a 15% increase compared to the value that we saw in 2023. And 2023 was a unique year because we were impacted by severe winter storms that year. But what 2024 also does is that it does catch us up to some of the growing trends that we had been seeing after the pandemic started in 2021 and 2022. We had been seeing some growing trends with agricultural production in our county. 2023 sets that back a little bit, but then 2024 helped to catch us up a little bit. So that is something really great to see, and it shows the resiliency that we have here in our county from our growers, our communities, and our agricultural workers. Monterey County is blessed with a Mediterranean climate and fertile soils that allow for the diverse production of more than 100 commodities. Our county is renowned for its production of lettuces, broccoli, strawberries, and wine grapes, and the values presented in the report demonstrate the agricultural importance of our region. The success of agriculture in our county is thanks to the hard work of more than 60,000 highly skilled agricultural workers who carefully harvest delicate commodities throughout the growing season so that we can all enjoy them at the dinner table. Some notable trends that we saw last year, we had a more favorable and typical weather pattern, and that's always great for our growers. We saw a recovery from the 2023 floods, which accounts for some of the increase in values for most of the commodities presented in the report this year. The 2024 crop report, as I mentioned earlier, helped to catch us up with some of the growing trends that we had been seeing prior to the 23 winter storms. It is important to also recognize that there's a lot of pressure and challenges on our growers, and regulatory challenges continue to be something that our growers deal with on a yearly basis. That increases the cost to them and their operations. For example, food safety is a very important part of agriculture, and those are regulatory requirements with implementation of food safety programs on pretty much every farm here in the county. Water quality and sustainability is another big cost that our growers have added to the list of responsibilities that they have. New opportunities continue to present themselves and to our growers, which in the future may help regulatory cost and compliance through the advancement in farming technology to enhance efficiency and productivity on the farm. And some notable trends that we saw in the 2024 crop report that include some of the challenges by vineyard operations. It was a challenging year for wine growers last year. Oversupply in the marketplace and decreased demand reduced the value of wine production in our county by about 22%, down to $152 million compared to $194 million the previous year. Some late summer and early fall really unusually warm weather also impacted some of the yields for wine grapes, and that reduced some of the yields by 20%. On the positive end, international exports increased significantly in 2024. We went from 268 million pounds to 375 million pounds of exported commodities in 2024, demonstrating continued demand for our high-quality commodities around the world, with Mexico, Taiwan, and Canada being our top importing countries. And with cannabis, Small recoveries continue for the cannabis industry in 2024. We saw a 21% increase in the value to $440 million compared to the $362 million we had seen the previous year. Some of the additional value increases are thanks to an increase in cannabis flower production through more effective use of available growing space, which remains relatively unchanged. So basically industry utilizing the space that they currently have. Now I'd like to pass the rest of the presentation to Tim Lewis, who will give us a little bit more detail about the theme of the crop report and specific commodities. Tim.
Thank you, Juan, and honorable members of the board. I'm happy to be here today to share some insights in the 2024 crop report with you. This year's theme, Smart Agriculture, Growing the Seeds of Change, highlights the innovative partnerships between farmers and technology companies in Monterey County that are working to find real-world solutions to everyday challenges such as skilled labor shortages, environmental sustainability, and worker safety. We are living in a time when the advancements in farming technology may seem like they came straight out of an old science fiction movie. However, I assure you, this is the reality. Technology such as drones, See and Spray, robotic thinning, and lasers are being combined with artificial intelligence to create robotics that are enhancing efficiency and productivity on the farm. As this technology is being developed, degree programs in robotics, mechatronics, computer science, and software engineering are becoming fast-growing careers in this new technology-driven era. In response, the agriculture industry is focusing on creating a different type of skilled workforce to evolve with these robotics. The industry is partnering with some community colleges to offer courses for agricultural workers that build on their experience and knowledge to develop skills in agricultural technology and build a sustainable workforce for the future. The 2024 crop report shines a spotlight on some of the technology and career opportunities being utilized in modern robotic farming. Throughout the report, 4 articles focus on drone technology, autonomous robotics, artificial intelligence, and the growing career opportunities centered around the growing field. Real-time kinematic positioning software, light detection and ranging technology, artificial intelligence algorithms, precision spot sprayers, mechanical blade systems, and laser weed technology are just a few of the topics you'll learn about as you read through this year's crop report. We hope you'll get a deeper understanding and appreciation for the farmers and technology companies growing the seeds of change together right here in Monterey County. Let's switch gears off of the theme and take a closer look at the numbers. Here are Monterey County's 2024 top 10 crops by gross value. Strawberries, leaf lettuce, head lettuce, and broccoli continue to hold the top 4 positions as they did in 2023. Wine grapes have dropped from the number 5 position to the number 8 position, moving cauliflower, celery, and spinach up by 1. Nursery and flower and livestock and poultry may remain in the same positions as they did in 2023. This year's top crops account for approximately 82% of the total gross value Juan read earlier, which was $4.99 billion. It should be noted, this is the first year strawberries have surpassed $1 billion in gross value. By the numbers, this means strawberries account for 21% of the county's entire gross value.
And to briefly add to that statement, this makes history in our county where we have a single commodity that breaks that $1 billion barrier. So it's quite impressive what our growers have been able to do.
Absolutely. I'd like to give some other data on Monterey County's gross value as compared to the rest of the state. As of the 2022-2023 California Agricultural Statistics Review, when comparing gross value, Monterey County leads California in production of the following commodities. Strawberries at 32.3% of gross value production, lettuce, including head, romaine, and leaf, at 60.3% of California's gross value production, broccoli at 60.5%, celery at 40.1%, cauliflower 53.3%, spinach at 48.3%, Brussels sprouts at 60.7%, mushrooms at 51.4%, and cabbage at 29.2%. We can only hope with the innovative partnerships being formed, driving technology forward, Monterey County will continue to lead these crop commodities and grow their way into more. I would like to take a moment to thank the more than 62,000 agricultural workers without whom the production of agricultural commodities in Monterey County would not be possible. I would also like to thank the farmers, ranchers, boards, commissions, and agricultural associations whose partnerships and collaboration continue to make it possible for our office to produce this publication. Last but not least, I would like to thank the staff whose tireless energy and countless hours have gone into making the 2024 County of Monterey Crop and Livestock Report a success. With that, I will end our presentation and turn it back over to Juan and the board for any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Tim, and members of the board. That concludes our presentation today, and we would be happy to answer any questions that you may have for us.
So I'll give you your first question. So when we look at the top 10, right, cannabis was not listed on there, but the value should have listed it somewhere in the middle. So it generates the question in my mind of, does the 5.99, 4.99? Does that include cannabis or not?
It does not include cannabis, Supervisor.
So with cannabis, we did come in closer to 5.3.
With cannabis, we would have surpassed the 5 billion mark.
Okay, perfect. That is helpful to me. So thank you for that. Looking at this, it's a really interesting crop report given the challenges, and I won't opine on where we're headed. I think there's a lot of challenges that continue in the grape space that we continue to see folks falling off, acreage being pulled and piled up, but it's going to create an opportunity for folks to plant in different crops on that ground. Hopefully folks take that up given all the challenges in the space at this time. One thing I'm curious about as we move forward, I didn't see specific livestock numbers called out on the presentation, but I know that the wolf and its impact in some of our neighboring counties, and especially up north, is a big impact at this point. And so as we project forward, I hope, from what I'm hearing, at least from our local ranchers, the market's great right now. That next year maybe they make the top 10. I'm hoping we get close, not knowing where they fell in the order, but excited to perhaps see some rise in that sector that for so long has been depressed based on competition. So I just wanted to state that I see some hope there, but big picture hope we continue to keep a finger on the pulse of the wolf issue, knowing we had some get really close as they crossed through eastern portions of San Benito and Fresno County. And so with that, I'll go to Supervisor Church.
Sure. Congratulations on almost hitting 5 billion. But that's for the whole community and just where we're going. I actually kind of want to follow up here a little bit on Supervisor Lopez's comment on cannabis. And I know in the past it hasn't even been included in the ag report. So I really commend you for doing that, because the fact is it's growing. It's an agricultural product. Are we specifically prohibited from including it in the report, or is there any way for us to include, because the fact is it's an agricultural product?
I will have to follow up with that, Supervisor Church. There is some requirements in the Food and Agricultural Code about how to present information on the report. I think there's been some reservations about cannabis and the way the California Department of Food and Agriculture looks at cannabis as a product and not a commodity. So there's some differentiation there. I think I would have to follow up with the secretary to see, is it okay to account and include that commodity as part of the overall value? I think there's been some hesitation from some commissioners to do that at this point, although more and more frequently we see crop reports with counties that also have cannabis production that are beginning to include that information in the crop reports. But I'm not aware of any commissioner that it's including and adding the value to the total at this point.
We're not going back to delegalizing. I mean, this has been here to stay. And the idea that it can be viewed as a product and not as an agricultural product in itself is stretching reality. Let's just say that. So, I mean, I personally feel that it should be included in there and addressed as such. One thing that is nice to see there is that it's gone up 21% a year, which this has been a very depressed product, let's say. And is that trend? Do we see that trend continuing at this point? Do you know? Do you have enough information to respond on that? That it looks like the market is recovering?
Right. I don't have enough to say, but it seems like I've heard some positives so far this year, so hopefully it's a trend that can continue into the future. But Tim, do you have any additional comments on that? I know you reached out and talked to some of our cannabis industry folks.
Yeah, getting the opportunity to talk to some of the cannabis industry folks is a challenge in itself. People like to be secretive about what they have, and their collaboration with us only goes so far. But talking with the people that I reached out to when we were collecting these numbers and trying to put them together, they saw 24 as a better year than 23, and their hope is that 25 will be a better year than 24, barring any type of raising in taxes, which is what was conveyed to me.
The other positive thing was seeing that we're exporting more. That went up fairly well. Is there any concern that's not going to be able to continue because of this country's trade policies now?
I think there's some concerns that trade can be impacted by those policies. It's a little bit too early to say what the impact is going to be. I think we might have a better picture by the time we put out the report for next year. And it just feels like the federal administration has been back and forth between some of what they want to implement as trade.
And finally, are we the third or the fourth largest agricultural county in the country?
We're currently the fourth in the country. I'll have to check, but I think we're going to be in the top 5 supervisor church.
I know it's been back, and if I understand, Fresno is number 1.
Yeah, they're just bigger than we are.
Yeah. I think we're kind of rough with Kern, if I remember correctly. It's been kind of back and forth that way.
Typically, we're number 4. Fresno, Tulare, and Kern County are always fighting for the number 1 spot. Their crop report values is between 7 to 8 billion per year, but we're catching up. We're keeping a close eye on Merced County because they keep kind of getting close to us, so I'll be sure to make sure that commissioner takes a good look at their numbers before they publish their crop report this year.
Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you for that, and congratulations on this report. It's really exciting. A couple questions that I have just are around labor, and the first one just is whether or not these federal policies, immigration policies, you're seeing an impact right now on the workforce, and is there any threat to the results, the next year's report in terms of labor shortages?
So labor has always been an issue for our growers, and we've had labor shortages for a number of years now. I think with some of the federal policies that really has put fear into a lot of our community members. But I think, what the board has done here in the county to be a leader in putting out information to our communities, our agricultural workers and businesses to know their rights has really created a space where people can feel more comfortable about what they're able to do. The resources that have been put together in the various different languages has made an impact. Fortunately for us at this point, given some of the things that we have been seeing in the news with immigration, we have seen little impact in our agricultural workers so far. Hopefully that continues, but it's certainly something that a lot of our community members live in fear of. And hopefully there's a realization that, these workers are essential. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have the bounty of fresh fruits and vegetables that come to our tables every day. And, an impact to the agricultural sector and our workers is definitely going to have an impact on all of us. And availability of the food supply, we're the number 1 producing of lettuces in the entire state of California. And in fact, one of the biggest producers in the nation as well.
Absolutely, and this has been really good work done by this board, and so thank you for that. My second question is also about the workforce, and in terms of these new tech training programs, I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit more about the efforts being made to train the current agricultural workforce for the jobs of tomorrow in terms of some of these AI technical all the things that were in the report. It's great to see the program at Hartnell and training, tomorrow's workforce, but ensuring that we're reaching our current workforce to make sure that we're doing everything we can to create an opportunity for those folks in the industry currently. What more can you talk about in terms of that work?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Daniels. Great question. I think, one of the things for our growers is making sure that our workforce is not left behind. They recognize the skills and the value that they bring to agriculture in our region. And so, as you mentioned, some of the programs that are taking place at Hartnell and many other community college in the state, especially along the Central Valley, is to be able to provide new technical skills to our workers so that they can become more acquainted with some of the new technologies that are beginning to emerge and building on the skills that they actually bring, everything that they have worked on and built for so many years. All of that is going to help them to transition and be able to understand some of the newer technologies. I know that you see agricultural extension and UC Davis have been pretty crucial in working with industry to be able to cater and craft classes at community college that are going to help our agricultural workforce begin to move in that direction and give them some of that key training so they can be the ones operating, managing, and overseeing some of the future robotics and artificial intelligence machines in the fields.
Crazy stuff. Okay. Thank you so much for elaborating on that. It's so important.
Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for the report, Commissioner Hidalgo. Thank you to you and your team. I think this report is always very important for our community to be able to gauge and understand the strengths that we have in agriculture here and the changes that we see. Obviously, what we saw here, that I think we've heard a lot of news reports, not only from Monterey County, but Napa, Sonoma. The wine industry is significantly hurting, and that has to do with some consumer changes that we're seeing with our younger consumers. But definitely something that has us concerned when we're not just competing with other parts of the nation in terms of wine grapes, but certainly with the other parts of the world as well. On the cannabis, which was an industry hard hit with the downturn in production and profits, to now see an upswing in that one is also very striking. And I wanted to answer Supervisor Church's question because the fact that cannabis is in the crop report came out of legislation. It was my bill idea. I asked Senator Monning to carry SB, I think it was 657 in 2019. And ag commissioners had different opinions on it throughout the state. But it was the language that was agreed upon was this, to allow it to be as an addendum to the crop report. Because back then I thought it was a good way to show our strengths. If we're one of the top cannabis producing counties in the state, to be able to show how much are we growing and really see it as an asset, and when we could compare with other crops being grown in our county. But I was just looking back then in 2020, the 2020 crop report for cannabis had overall production at 450 million. So we're kind of where we were back in 2020, just slightly under. The following year we had grown up to 484. So I think that was one of our higher years. But it would be helpful to kind of have a little chart, longitudinal chart that shows, where does cannabis go, how it's been doing since its inception here within our county. And just to the top crops on your chart here, the top 10 crops, it's a little misleading because lettuce is separated into leaf and to the head lettuce. When you combine those two, then it's a top crop at 1.5 billion, just so people know, because we always, every year this comes out, say strawberries are number one, but if you add the two types of lettuce remains on top. Is there a reason why that's separated out? I'm not an expert, but I'm sure Norm Groot and all the ags, there's a very specific reason, but why is that divvied up just for other folks who may be asking why we categorize it that way?
Yeah, no, thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Yeah, typically we just do it because they're considered different types of lettuce commodities, but you are absolutely correct. If we were to to take all of the lettuces, they would dominate the value of the crop report. When you take all of the different lettuces, they account for like 70% of the total overall value. So it's quite significant. So it's just the way that we have done it is to break it up by the different lettuce types.
Right. Okay. And the last thing, I just wanted to weigh in, obviously, for the issue top of mind. Certainly, I think for all of our residents and all Americans, they should care about ag production because they utilize it every single day, every single time they eat at the dinner table or go to their grocery store. You have those beautiful fruits and vegetables there because of counties like ours that puts food on the tables of millions. And we're all concerned, right? Because that is our number one workforce, number one industry, multi-billion-dollar industry that really speaks to the strength of our nation in California. But I've heard the president mention a couple times now saying that agricultural workers, hospitality workers should be exempted. But the first time he said that, then you had Border Patrol agents chasing farm workers in Ventura County. One thing is being said, but another thing is being practiced by the federal agencies. But I hope that is an area where there's a lot of hurt and cruelty going on everywhere, especially in California, Southern California. But if there is an area of agreement to exempt farm workers, I hope that they could find the will to be able to do that. Yesterday, for the first time, 6 California Republican legislators also called to stop targeting people who are just working. They said target on the violent criminals, serious offenders, and stop targeting the people who are just trying to work and contribute to our economy. For me, I saw that not just as a letter of 6 state Republican legislators, but it's the first time anywhere in our nation where some Republican leaders have been willing to speak up for the folks that are really essential, the people that during COVID we call essential. Finally, they're recognizing that it's going to hurt local economies, businesses, LA, the markets, the businesses, they're 50, 70% down because people are not coming out to buy and to work. That's hurting every Californian when we're seeing communities devastated economically in that way because of the fear of being wrapped up in an immigration raid. Anyways, but I want to speak to that, and I'm glad we give credit to where it's due, not only to the leadership of our farmers, but also the leadership and hard work of those who are working out there as we speak. Thank you.
Supervisor Askew.
I'll just briefly say thank you to the entire team at the Commissioner's Office. I know that this is very technical in terms of what is included, what's not included. There's a lot of additional cost and benefit that is not reflected in these numbers. And I'll just reference, I think if we included our cannabis amounts in here, maybe that does bump us into a higher number in competition to number 3 or number 2 with other counties. But and then I think the other comments I'll just make, and I appreciate the language that we're using and recognizing the people who are behind these dollars and these numbers, and it is skilled workers. It's people who've dedicated their lives and really made sacrifices that are unthinkable to the majority of Americans in terms of the commitments that their families have made, the sacrifices that their families have made, the sacrifices that they've individually made to choose to work as labor to work and get help get these crops out of the fields and into the homes of people who will be eating them. So I just want to recognize and I appreciate the way that we're acknowledging the human sacrifice behind all of this, and that those are our residents and those are the people that live and work and go to school and are our neighbors and our family members, and that's really what's behind all of this. So thank you.
All right, let's take this out to the public, see if we have any public input on this item. Once again, invite folks via Zoom to use the *9 raise hand function at the bottom of your screen and folks in room to come forward. I do see somebody coming forward in room, so we'll go in room first and give the floor.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Eloise Shim, And I just wanted to comment about the cannabis production, the crop production, and I think it's kind of ironic that there is an increase in the cannabis production, and it is, I'm not great at math, but I'm kind of thinking it's about 1% of the crop overall. And I think it's kind of ironic, actually, that we're spending so much money on things like dragonfly and other kind of behavioral things for youth, to tell them not to overdose and take drugs, and then promoting things like cannabis production. And I'm really unclear about, I was of the thought that the idea that cannabis could not be exported internationally anyway. I don't know if it's exported nationally, in California, locally. I really don't know about that, but I would like to know more about that, because then we're talking about crops that are legal, but what about the illegal cannabis that's grown in Monterey County? So, yeah, I'd like more clarity about that. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, we'll go online. I see a hand up. It looks like Catherine. Catherine, we have given you the ability to unmute yourself. You can do so now. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. My direct comment about all of this is I think that there needs to be some federal investigation into our Board of Supervisors and how you are spending our money in various programs. The cannabis industry, I think, needs to be really investigated. We know that there is a person who was arrested for cocaine, who is one of the major farmers, Michael Hackett. He needs to be investigated. It's alleged that he is selling it privately and not through the legal process. I'm just really concerned about how our money's being spent in Monterey County. Further, we are supposed to be a country and county of laws. It is illegal to come to this country without legal documents, and we know that there is a legal process of doing that. And what Luis Alejo is advancing is lawlessness in Monterey County. If they are here illegally, I'm sorry, they broke the law. They knew they broke the law, just like Luis Alejo did when he got a DUI. He shouldn't even be sitting on our board. He's not fit. He needs to be investigated. I had a grandson taken by CPS, denied placement to his grandmother, who was a federal employee for 12 years, no criminal record. I went to him when he was assembling. He would not help me. Then I went to you guys. You would not help me. They kidnapped my grandson via perjury. No due process.
Thank you, Catherine. That's your 2 minutes. I don't see any other hands up at this point, so I'm going to bring it back to the board. I'm going to start with Supervisor Alejo.
I just want to just take a point of personal privilege to respond to that. First of all, any CPS cases are confidential. No matter who the elected official is, we cannot interfere. There's special protections that you cannot disclose that information. So I don't know why she would say such a statement. Number two, it's not just undocumented people being targeted. We're seeing our citizens, U.S. citizens, being arrested and detained today. Lawful permanent residents, DACA recipients, those with legal status under TPS, asylees, refugees. There's a lot of different categories of people with legal status that have had those rights stripped from one day to the next without due process, but U.S. citizens as well. Everyone who's being targeted and being wrapped up in these arrests and these detainments. It's not just the undocumented. So I just want to make sure that that is very clear, because we're seeing it play out in the news. You just Google it, you will find the articles where people have been stripped from their legal status from one day to the next and not even given due process. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Into the questions about cannabis, I think we can be very clear that interstate commerce is still not permitted. And so those numbers are reflective of cannabis grown in Monterey County and sold within the state. Interstate commerce is not, at this point, anything that can be conducted as business, given the federal classification of the drug. And again, voters voted for legalization. This board followed up on that by creating an opportunity for that product to be grown here. And to the question of the capturing of the data, it is not of the illegal, illicit market grows. This is of the product that we are regulating along Spence, Old Stage, and parts of District 2. And not yet, but hopefully soon, parts of District 5 as well. So just wanted that clear and on the record.
Mr. Chair, could I add one more thing?
Yeah.
Just on the point of impacts of enforcement on agricultural workers. We know this example because there's been a federal lawsuit by the ACLU against the Border Patrol out of El Centro when they made those raids in Bakersfield in January. In that lawsuit, according to Cal Matters, because the Border Patrol is saying they were going after violent and serious criminals, Cal Matters reviewed the data. Out of the 78 people arrested, 77 had no criminal convictions whatsoever prior to that arrest. 77 out of 78. And it shut the citrus industry at that time. And it was so impactful that even the Kern County Farm Bureau came out speaking against it, as did the Bakersfield Police Department and the sheriff. We're all very outspoken on the impacts that it had on those workers. So he said the impacts to the economy, to agriculture were direct, but let's not keep trying to smear hardworking immigrants that are the majority of people being arrested and detained right now have had no previous criminal histories. Thank you.
Final thoughts from members on this dais. All right, as we wrap, I just want to thank you again, Commissioner, Mr. Lewis, for your work on this. It is critically important work that we report out to our colleagues throughout the state as supervisors, but as a county as a whole on what we do in Monterey County. Most folks, as I often share, know the coast, but they don't know the other side of this lettuce curtain. And I think that curtain is a very strong one in the sense of our industry being the top one in our county and also the fourth largest in the state, and as I understand, the fourth largest in the country by the same regard. But I want to talk about why that's possible. It's the people. It is the people who make this run. And so as we continue to use language that targets them as the other, I want to remind folks that much like the NIMBY argument, it's folks who got through the door that created the laws that said now the door is closed. And we can't continue to do that, creating the golden cage that traps people here as we draw them in and demand that their labor come here because we need them, and then turn around and demonize them and point the finger at them for seeking to do better as so many generations of immigrants have done from around the world. That door should not be closed in the way that it is. The laws are broken. And if we're going to honor and say that all laws need to be followed, then all laws need to be followed, not just those that we select that demonize people of a certain skin color and race. And it should be equally applied across the board. And I want to be very clear about this board's position on that. And so with that, I thank you for this report, which is critical for our economy, for our region, and for our communities. Thank you for highlighting the best of what we are and what we produce and what we're proud to put on the tables of all of our friends, neighbors, and no matter whether you define that as in Monterey County or if you're sitting in New York enjoying that romaine salad tonight, you're welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. With that, we're going to go to a response to the civil grand jury report, road safety in Monterey County. For that, I have Karina Bokanovic listed here with Nick Chulos. And Claudia. All right. Mysteries. Surprise.
Good morning, board members. Karina Bokanovic with the County Administrative Office, and with me today is Claudia Escalante. This is going to be a really brief presentation. The item before you today is to consider a draft response to a report prepared by the 2024-2025 Civil Grand Jury regarding road safety. We would like to thank the grand jury for their dedication and diligence in the preparation of this report. And in addition, we would also like to thank the Department of Public Works, Parks and Facilities for preparing the draft response, which is attached to staff's report. The recommended action before you is to consider the draft response and to direct that the adopted response be filed with the presiding judge of the Superior Court. This completes staff report, and Director Ishii is here to respond to any questions that you may have. Thank you.
All right, questions from the dais or comments? We'll take this out to the public, see if there's any public input. See nobody coming forward in room, no hands up via Zoom. We'll bring it back. What is the will of the board?
I will make a motion,
All right.
but I just have one comment that I do want to make is in reading the report and trying to use the links that were provided, I believe, to the app and one other location, perhaps the online form, they weren't working. So I just want to make sure that we have those links working if those are the links that we're using. And I've downloaded the app and I'm going to use it. Thank you for your response, and I'm happy to move this item to accept the report.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and in supporting it, I just want to say thank you to Director Ishii. I know that what we are challenged with in terms of maintaining 1,200 miles of road infrastructure throughout a county that is as rural as we are is a real challenge. I hear every single day, including last night for an hour, from residents who have impacts to their tires, but I also know that every one of them says the same thing, which is when I call, you respond and you fill the potholes. They wish we could just repave the roads and start over. We don't have that budget today. But they acknowledge when we call, the potholes get fixed and the issues get mended, and they are appreciative of the staff. So I want to be clear to the staff within the Public Works Department how much appreciation exists for them throughout Monterey County. I hear from folks in 5 and 2 and 3, not so much in 1, but even oftentimes in 4, about their appreciation for what your team does. And so with that, I will ask for all those in favor, unless council wants to clarify the motion.
I just want to suggest it's staff recommendation because you're actually I think your intent is to the report to be filed with the presiding judge of the Superior Court.
So, yeah, I understood the motion to be staff recommendation.
Yes, move staff recommendation, please.
And the second holds? Yeah.
Yeah, just a brief comment, thank you. I just want to say thank you to the Civil Grand Jury for their service to the community and the really practical recommendations. This was a great report. And I know the Transportation Agency is also reviewing it and providing responses as well. And that the Transportation Agency is also putting out a survey and looking for feedback and public participation for a Vision Zero strategy to continue making safety improvements across all of our roads so that we can improve safety, broadly speaking, which is part of making sure that our roads are maintained in ways that improve safety. So just broadly speaking, this I think continues to be a priority, and I'm really thankful for the Civil Grand Jury for taking this particular issue and bringing forward some great recommendations. So thank you.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? The motion carries. With that, we've arrived at the lunch hour. Arrived at the lunch hour. It is 12:20. We will reconvene here in Chambers at 1:30. 8:32. We're going to reconvene this meeting of the Board of Supervisors. Let the record reflect all members of the board are present. We're going to go to Diego Celis for the announcement of the interpreter.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete español-inglés, inglés-español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario público y necesita servicio de intérprete, favor hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
All right, with that, we're going to jump into our scheduled matters, beginning with the item regarding the auditor controller amending the 24-25 adopted budget. For that, I have in my notes that we're going to CAO De La Rosa.
Yes, this is related to a increase of appropriations in the amount of $1,425,000, financed by a decrease in appropriations in general fund contingencies, and this is related to the contingencies of fiscal year 24-25, and it is for the county's payment of the fiscal year 23-24 incompetence and stand trial, or IST, growth cap and penalty payment in accordance with Welfare and Institutions Code 4336 to the State Department of Department of State Hospitals, and it does require a 4/5 vote. In terms of background, Senate Bill 184, which is chapter at 47, Statutes of 2022, added a section to implement a growth cap program for all counties for individuals committed per Penal Code Section 1370, which was incompetent to stand trial. This program was authorized by legislature as an actionable solution to address increasing number of individuals with serious mental illness who became justice involved and deemed incompetent to stand trial, or IST, on felony charges by helping ensure the expansion of the Department of State Hospitals funded community-based care did not create unintended incentives that resulted in an increase of the number of individuals being found incompetent to stand trial on felony charges. I do have partners online and available to answer questions. Those partners include the Sheriff's Office, Public Defender's Office, the District Attorney's Office, the Health Department. All of us have been working to strategize on the county's approach to prevent the growth cap penalties. Last fiscal year, we received the numbers for fiscal year 22-23, and it was 44 commitments, and it didn't exceed the cap. For fiscal year 23-24, we received the numbers at the end of May, and it was 84 commitments, which exceeded the cap by 25 individuals, resulting in a $1.4 million penalty, which is due by August 27th of 2025. The state will then deposit the dollars into a mental health diversion fund, and it has to be 100% paid by the county and will be returned by the county within 45 days after receipt and approval of a required expenditure plan that the state has given certain parameters for. So with that, we are asking for this allocation to be made so that we can make the payment to the Department of State Hospitals for those resources to be provided to these individuals. And we are strategizing with the work group to try to decrease the number and ensure that we have services available in our community.
All right.
And staff is available to answer questions.
Questions for the CAO or staff? Supervisor Ask.
I do, thank you. And thank you for the presentation and the attached documents from the Department of State Hospitals and the staff report. So this came to me last week with a request to bypass budget committee, given the timely nature that it needed to be remitted back to the payment needed to be remitted back to the state in this budget cycle. And so I think there's a handful of questions that I have about the program and the request, but I'm going to start with the process questions. So we just completed the budget cycle, the budget process. And this was not included as a line item, as an expectation, as anything that was even referenced as a potential outstanding cost. We knew that there were certain outstanding costs that were potentially going to hit us in this budget year. This was not something that I was aware of as budget chair. And so I guess the questions that I had brought up, or that I have still, are at what point did we know that this was a cost that would be hitting the county's budget this year? And who, I also understand there are multiple departments that are responsible for this, but at some point we must have known that we were likely to be exceeding the number of individuals incompetent to stand trial over the course of the 2023 year. So at what point were we tracking and aware that we were likely to be subject to this penalty? Even if we didn't know what the cost, the total penalty fee would be, why wasn't it something that was included as a, hey, FYI, heads up, there's likely to be a penalty. It could be in the range of $200,000 to $1 million, so that it was, on our radar as we were working on the budget for this year. There's a, without knowing that information, somebody in some department must have been tracking this, and I'm just curious who that was, where that was being tracked, and how it wasn't until that it was last week that it was brought to the board's attention.
We recently met with the work group, which includes the Sheriff's Office, Public Defender's Office, the DA's Office, and the Health Department to try to determine how we can reduce the number of individuals that are determined to be incompetent to stand trial. Obviously, that's something that we do not have direct control of. This is something that could be brought up in terms of a criminal proceeding that's occurring and the courts involved. We received notice, obviously the Senate bill was from 2022. This is the first year that we would be paying for these costs. And in the discussion, we were not ready to determine what amount we may potentially have to pay, or if we had to pay. I think I'd heard that you maybe heard 700,000. At the time that we were discussing this, we were trying to figure out whether or not behavioral health or mental health dollars could be used for this. And we confirmed that no, it does have to be general fund dollars that would then be turned around and provided for the county to access to provide those services. So in terms of timing, when we received the memo, I think there was probably anticipation that we were going to receive an invoice. We didn't know the exact amount. We did end up receiving it at the very end of May, and I shared it with the team since we had a discussion that this was likely coming through. The memo as included is the first that we received of the exact dollar amount that was received. So we'd been hearing that this was going to be coming forward. We just didn't know the amounts.
So I guess that's my question, I guess, is there's a group that's been meeting for the past year, and we knew that there was something coming, but it didn't get raised in the budget process at all. And so my concern is that how, as the board was making decisions about spending general fund money, this is something that really needed to be included in the budget process. Like, we needed to know about the fact that there was, we're accounting for, we know that there's a jail RFP outstanding. We know that there's sort of things that we don't know exactly what the amounts are going to be, but we need to know what's outstanding, even if we don't know the exact amount, so that we can be expending resources accordingly. And especially in the year, the fiscal constraint, the year of fiscal constraints that we're in, where we're spending down one-time resources with ongoing expenses to pay for ongoing expenses, we find ourselves with less and less one-time monies available to be able to respond to situations like this. And just simply even knowing that there are these things outstanding, I think would allow the board to make decisions differently, knowing that these things are out there. And so my concern is just the timing of this coming to us today versus last month. And we have processes in place. We have a budget committee. We have a whole bunch of things that I feel like we've set up so that we're not caught off guard or surprised by these kinds of requests. Had this been last year, we had fully expended our contingency account. This year we happen to have contingency account left. But we have another item that's going to require us to expend contingency dollars in the last month of the year. The fact that we have contingency money left is a lucky coincidence. The past few years, we haven't had contingency money available at the end of the year. So I'm just wanting to be clear in expressing concern about the process and making sure that if there are other to our CAO and to all of our departments, if there are expenses that are outstanding that you see coming down the pipe that you're concerned could hit general fund, please alert the CAO, please alert the board so that we can be planning for and accounting for those potential hits to the general fund as early as possible as we continue to manage the limited resources that we have. So I think those are my process questions. I do have other policy questions about this program, but I just wanted to be very clear about my concerns about how this has shown up to us today.
CAO De La Rosa.
I do want to provide additional clarification as to why we have contingencies currently in for 24-25, and that was truly because once Debbie, as our assistant CAO overseeing the budget, became aware of the challenges, we pushed back and did not allow departments to use that as a form of resource so that we were able to address budgetary challenges. We are using last year's budget, which is a fiscal year 24-25 and not this year, to cover that expense. Going forward, we could plan for it. This was, again, the fiscal year 22-23 numbers, or 23-24. Yes, it's 22-23, I believe. These are the numbers from that year, and it happens to be the 1.4. We will be watching it diligently and, again, building a plan with our team because we do have to provide something back to the state so that we'll be able to access those dollars to be used. But we had departments coming to us and asking to tap into those resources, but we diligently requested that they not do as they've done in prior years, specifically because we knew we were going to have budgetary impacts. But duly noted, we will be tracking this.
Supervisor Alejo and then Supervisor Church.
Yeah, to our CAO, what department oversees this? I know there's multiple departments involved, but who ultimately is responsible lead for returning this money to the Department of State Hospitals?
So this is going to be something that would be handled by our office because of the multiple involvement, but we have no authority over how this is determined, right? If a person is found incompetent to stand trial, that is something that is part of their defense, potentially. The court's ordering that, not us.
Exactly. And like for your average person or average resident out there listening to this program, these are people who are incompetent to stand trial for felonies, correct? So they've committed a serious crime. And there's this law that's saying we have a cap on how many people who are incompetent to stand trial, ISTs. And if we exceed that under this law, we get penalized, and that's the 1.4 million. So on top of having to already, when somebody commits a serious felony, taxpayers have to house that person in jail. But there's a setting, if they're incompetent to stand trial, there's a separate program to help them rehabilitate so that they could hopefully be competent to stand trial, and then they could face justice for the crime they committed. So now, because of this artificial number the state has imposed, we went over 59, and just because we went over, even though that is determined by the court, as you're rightly saying, it's part of their defense, the court, and they bring in experts to evaluate whether he is competent or not. And then that is a determination made by a judge. We have no control over that. But now this is a process where we went over an artificial number set by the state. Now we get penalized 1.4 million. That's 1.4 million that is being taken away from other core county services, other services that taxpayers should have available for other, not on top. And so now money goes to the state, they give it back to us, but now it's restricted funding that now says we have to do some kind of program to help them pre-booking or post-booking. Think about it. People who committed serious felonies, now we got to spend another 1.4 of local dollars, not provided by the state. It has to be a local funding source, and we now have to do some plan to help some of the folks that are committing some of the most heinous crimes. That just defies logic in my mind, and I have to really question the intent. And I raise this because I certainly want to raise it with our counties association, because I'm sure other counties and other supervisors are looking at this and saying, "What? We're getting fined for passing some artificial number. It should be fixed, right? I mean, if the need is there and there's individuals who merit those services and determinations, fine, but don't then penalize the county that has no control over that process. It's decided in court." Anyways, I'm hoping we put this on our legislative fixes for next year, but certainly we can't allow this next year to get fined because we went over a certain number. Once again, this has to be brought to the attention of our legislators and saying this portion of the law maybe wasn't intended. Maybe they were just trying to find services to create some kind of plan. I mean, that's a lot of times in Sacramento, that's what people do who haven't been on the ground working with these types of individuals or programs. But I think that's something that we should try to fix this moving forward. And it really is unfair to counties and to our other services because it's a significant amount that now we have to make some kind of plan to help, not even the person directly, just people who have serious mental illness now, just to create some kind of program. And 1.4 million only goes so far.
I'm going to agree with both the comments from Supervisor Askew and Alejo because we do need to try to know this as much in advance, and we should be able to get an idea to know how many ISTs have gone through before we even get a bill from them. Just so if we're above 59, we know we're going to get dinged, and if we're up at 84 like this last year, we're going to have a pretty good idea where it's standing at. But I mean, I agree. This is like one of the most wrong-headed things I've seen come down from the state, because when it really comes down to it, they just pick arbitrarily a year as our baseline. We don't know if we're up high or low or anything along this line. They take it, and then if we have more ISTs, more that come in, that baseline doesn't change. It's stuck at 59. It's locked at 59. And its costs, as this year, it's going to cost us $1.4 million out of our general fund that could be going to services for the people here in this county. Instead, it's going to go to the only way I can see we have any impact on keeping this low is it's going to have to go to where we don't send these individuals to state hospitals. We've got to keep them here somehow. And I don't know how $1.4 million isn't going to go very far in doing that. So this is, when you really come right down to it, what this is the state saying, we don't want to be funding our state hospitals to the same level, so we're going to throw it down on the counties. That's what it means. We're paying for something that we're not getting any really benefit out of. We have no control over because it isn't a policy that we've failed on. We have no control over individuals who are mentally incompetent to stand trial and commit a felony. It's you might as well just spin roulette wheels and come up with numbers. This is basically where it's at. And so I'm full agreement with what Supervisor Alejo mentioned here. We need to put this on the legislative agenda. We need to deal with it. We don't want to be dealing with this every single fiscal year and getting dinged and having our general fund cut down because things aren't going to get any easier than they are right now. I did have at least one question, a couple questions on this, and I'm just curious, do we have any number on prior to 21, 22 of how many ISTs there were? That was when the baseline year is, but it would be helpful to know if that was a high number or a low number.
We could have the team pull that information for you. What I do have right now, just in terms of the last memo that was issued, it looks like for fiscal year 24-25, we have 46 as of March 31st of 25, and the cap is at 59. And so we have 46 as of March 31st. So I'm going to assume that we're probably going to go over, just based on just where the numbers are at, we may potentially go over for 24-25. The cap that is being used is from fiscal year 21-22, and the numbers in terms of the cost that we're paying here, it's from 22-23. So I'd have to just look at it a little closer, and that way historically we can give you an idea of how many people were going to DSH.
And the reason this is coming out of last year's contingency fund, even though we're into next year, is because
in terms of timing, it ended up working out that we were able to speak with the auditor controller and ask that we use that contingencies versus the contingencies from fiscal year 25-26.
Okay. Anyway, Dan, it's an outrageous law, and it's just unfair in local communities and to the people that live there. It's as bad as an unfunded mandate. That's almost what it is.
So not to pile on, but definitely in future years, setting aside some money, knowing that, as we get close to this magic number, that we'll be ready and have funding set aside. But what I'm having trouble wrapping my head around, that perhaps when Supervisor Alejo, you do raise this with the State Association of Counties or anyone else from the county who does bring this to the state's attention, I'm truly having difficulty understanding the correlation between successful investment in programs used to support individuals with serious mental illness and this magic number of 59. And so I would think that us reporting to the state the investments we've made and the success of those programs would suffice versus the determination that the program and the investment has somehow failed because more than 59 people have had these felony arrests. And so, maybe there was an intent there that made sense, but the measurement doesn't seem to suit the goal of the program. So I'm left as I think confused as well. I'm probably more confused because I'm new, but I am left confused and support all the comments of my colleagues.
I do have the health department available to provide additional information. They can't spend money until it is a felony, is what I'm being told. If we have either Fabricio or somebody from her team. Okay, he would be able to address specifically, and just know there's multiple departments involved. We did have Jason Smith from the sheriff's office participate, and I know maybe the information hasn't reached back to sheriff, but just know we started talking about this, I think, originally in March at Elsa's request that we bring the team together because it's going to take participation from all of these departments to develop a plan. But if Fabrizio can address it specifically, he has more information.
Yeah, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I'll actually pass it over to our director, Melanie Rhodes. She probably can answer that question better than I can.
Good afternoon. So in terms of the programming, this is really targeting that felony incompetent to stand trial population that are requiring state hospital beds. And so my understanding is in order to get the funds back, we need to collectively look at developing either a pre-booking mental health diversion, post-booking mental health diversion, or some type of reentry services and support that may include housing to serve those, these individuals. And so what we've been trying to collectively do based on the number of 84 that we've gone over the growth or the cap is to really try to dive in and understand a little bit more about those individuals from, looking at, because not all of them have even crossed paths with behavioral health because they've gone through the criminal justice system and the court process and may never have received services from us. So we're just really trying to understand the population a little bit better from the types of charges that they faced, as well as the types of behavioral health issues that they may have, so that we can look collectively with the county partners to see what is the best way to try and get upstream a little bit on this, and what can we perhaps put in place to try to do our best to know who these individuals are and try and keep the numbers down.
Final thoughts, Supervisor Daniels, or were you concluding? Okay, perfect. Then with that, I'll just state that I support the concerns of my colleagues, and at the same time, there is a working group that's been put together between CSAC and RC specifically to challenge unfunded mandates. We've found some success, but I could see this being a great one. So if you bring it up on your end, Supervisor Alejo, happy to bring it up on my end and see if we can't get them to bite on using this as a test case for the unfunded mandate pushback, because there is a formal process through the state, and there has to be an impact. And now that we know what a number is for us, we can use that in that case to try to get the money back through that challenge process. So with that being stated, I'm going to go back to our CAO.
Only because I misspoke. Jason was on a different call. It was related to homelessness, but it was Landquist who was part of the call. So Landquist could probably address from the sheriff's perspective.
I don't see his hand up, but I'll just share that was my key concern in listening to the comments and try not to let this go too long. But as we look at a population, specifically our homeless population, who suffers from severe mental health crisis, who I would determine a majority of to be in this particular category, and they start getting shifted around through new policies at the state level as well, they're going to wander into communities and commit acts potentially that put us in a position where this population that ends up within the system with ISTs could just grow. And so that puts me at a deep concern given what the potential numbers could be and how much we could be required to set aside moving forward. So still not seeing a hand up, Supervisor Alejo, before we go to the public.
I just wanted to, for the public, if they read the letter from the State Department of Hospitals on that third page, it says, what can this $1.4 million be used for? Pre-booking mental health diversion. Again, it's showing it's not even being used for people found among that number of ISTs, the incompetent to stand trials. It says, number one, pre-booking mental health diversion to serve those with serious mental illness and prevent their felony arrest. So these are not even people who have been determined yet. Number two, post-booking mental health diversion, which may include treatment, support services, and housing to serve those with serious mental illness but who are likely found IST, not that they've been found, or to prevent IST determination or divert the individual from incarceration. And then the third most offensive, now people who commit felonies and that they're found, they've been able to be restored to competency following a felony IST commitment. So they've gone to jail or prison. Now we got to potentially spend this money on housing them. I just defies logic. It's unfair to the taxpayers who are not committing crimes, that it's taking money from their pockets from other services for these individuals. Yes, they need programs, but this is a money that is coming from an artificial number, taken away from our general fund for folks committing serious felonies within our community. It should offend everybody.
Sounds like we have alignment. So at this point, I'm going to go out to the public. Actually, before we do that, I did see a hand up from Tim Landquist, and I see he's unmuted himself, so I'm going to give him the floor, see if he wishes to comment at this time.
Mr. Lopez, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
From the sheriff's office perspective, we totally agree. We have no control over these numbers, and we're, our hands are tied just as much as everyone else's. But we're working within the system. We can look at alternatives to incarceration. I think that's probably the biggest, and look at, prevention to start off with. But I think with the future opening of our reentry resource center, I think that might be, that's going to help prevent reincarceration. And I think, looking forward to our working group and looking at some alternatives, I think that may be an opportunity to use that funding to expand those services and look at other alternatives to incarceration.
Thank you. With that, we're going to go to the public. Invite folks to share their comments with us by using the raise hand function or star 9 via landline, or to come forward in room on this item. See nobody coming forward. No hands up via Zoom. Sheriff, do you have your hand up? Sheriff Nieto, we'll give you the floor. See, you're unmuted, but we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Supervisor?
We can.
Yeah, sorry about that. On this IoT issue, I know Chief Lang has discussed it. I just want to make sure that the Sheriff's Office is a true partner as we work towards the solutions with the county, and not include it more as an afterthought.
Thank you, Sheriff. All right. See no other hands up at this time. We'll close public comment, bring it back. What is the will of this board? Well, I know what your will is. What are you willing to do today? I'll make the motion, holding my nose, with a commitment to make every effort to get the dollars refunded through the challenge process and the mandate side.
Correct. And I'll second.
Second it with that. All right, I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Yeah, we'll say aye. And if I could add, I would just request that an update come to the 4-H committee on the work group. So whatever the plan is going to be to spend the money when it comes back, so the 4-H committee could receive an update on that.
Are there any nays? Abstentions? The motion carries 5-0. All right, so with that, we're going to proceed. The next project on has actually got a very quick turnaround, so I'm going to give you the floor. I'll give you 90 seconds.
I think I can do it. So good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Phil Angelo, planner for agenda item number 17. This was an appeal of a planning commission approval. However, that appeal has been withdrawn as of yesterday. So there's no further action needed of the board at this time.
Any comments from the dais? Questions from the dais? All right, we'll go out to the public, see if there's any public input on this item. Seeing no hands going up via Zoom, nobody coming forward in room, we'll go ahead and close out item 18. I'm sorry, that was item 17. And we'll be given the fact that item 18 has been noticed as a 4 p.m. presentation. So know that will be held off until 4 p.m. We're going to go to 18.1, receive an update from the auditor controller related to the SDI withholdings issue. For that, we're going to go to Rupa, who I'm assuming is online, given that she's not in the room.
Good afternoon, Chair Lopez and members of the board. I actually am planning to be downstairs. I was actually going to walk downstairs just right now as soon as the item 17th was going to be coming up, but I did not expect item 17 to be over that soon. So if you allow just 2 minutes, I will be downstairs. I'm sorry about this.
Okay, go ahead and make your way down and we'll proceed. That is the last scheduled item, so I'll just state for purposes of the agenda that there are no new referrals to address today. And with that, we will take a 5-minute break and be back at 2:10. And with that, we're going to go ahead and reconvene this meeting of the Board of Supervisors. Let the record reflect all members are present. We're going to go to Rupa Shah and her team for a presentation on item 18. Point 1.
Is it on? Oh, yes. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, Chair Lopez, members of the board. I'm Rupa Shah, County Auditor Controller. With me is Mamon, Disbursement Division Chief in my office. I would like to speak directly to our county employees who have been affected by the underwithholding from payroll of state disability insurance tax. We recognize the seriousness of this matter and its impact. Please know that I share your concern, and we are fully committed to resolving this issue as quickly and transparently as possible. An irregularity in how SDI tax is withheld from employee compensation was recently identified when Graviton, the consultant implementing the county's new system transition, performed a preliminary review of limited data and provided us with an initial evaluation of the problem. Ensuring that our employees are paid accurately with proper withholding is a fundamental responsibility of my office. And we are taking immediate steps to rectify this situation. To ensure accuracy in paycheck withholding going forward, we have taken steps to correctly withhold the SDI tax considering the two areas identified, one, deferred compensation, and two, CalPERS retirement cost. As a result, there will be a slight increase in SDI withholding amount for employees beginning with the July 3rd, 2025 payroll. This is only a prospective correction. It does not include any adjustment for past years. In addition, a comprehensive review is now underway in my office. We are examining the system configuration logic that was incorrectly applied and reviewing the data to understand full scope and impact of the underwithholding at the individual employee level. And we are implementing additional accountability structures within the configuration processes in my office. We will continue to provide direct communication to employees with information and support and report on the status of the review once completed. I want to thank our county employees and this Board of Supervisors for the continued dedication and patience during this time. Please know that my team and I are committed to finding rectification and prevention of such irregularities going forward. So with that said, I am available and my team available for questions from the board relating to this matter, but I wanted to make sure that I address the county employees who are impacted and what the plan is going forward.
Colleagues? Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And I just a couple of clarifying questions. The memo, there was a memo that went out to all of our employees on Friday, and I was asked by a couple of folks this weekend, just for clarification. So the increase in withholding is to now have the accurate withholding of what the employee should be paying. It's not to for any. It's not to. So it's simply just bringing the employees up to what they should be. Their accurate withholding should be. It's not anything retroactive. If you could just clarify that point, I think for
exactly that is correct, Supervisor Askew. This is only taking effect moving forward. So it's a prospective correction in the process of making sure that the correct SDI is withheld going forward. And it has no implication so far of the past years. And it will depend on, the board decision and the policy as far as whether the board would be deciding to recoup the amount from the employees in the past or not. But the liability for the county is there to submit the accurate amount to the state as required by the rates.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Chris, can I follow up?
Supervisor Daniels?
Just to follow up on that question, thank you, Chair Lopez. But in your presentation that you just gave, you mentioned that you would be implementing July 3rd to get us back on track, but it sounded like you were indicating that you didn't know the exact amount that we needed. So why is there a lack of clarity about what amount is the right amount?
Yeah, so through the chair, so this is a configuration logic in the system. And so it's a formulaic configuration setup in the system. So once we apply the correct configuration setup in the system, the system is going to calculate it correctly. And at this juncture, we don't know what that calculation will be for individual employee, but as soon as the process runs, which will be July 3rd, we will be able to extract the report and compare it with the past 2 pay periods, 3 pay periods, just to make sure that we are comparing fully, comprehensively. And then at that point, we will have exact information available by employee.
So I guess this is where I'm getting stuck, because state disability insurance withholdings at one point, I imagine, was done by hand. Like you would know, you have your salaries, and the percentage that you're withholding, and you'd come up with a certain number. So I'm just wondering if this has become way too complicated than it needs to be, if we can't look at somebody's paycheck and know what the withholding should be.
It's another great question. And so, yes, that's exactly goes on to say about the complexity of our data, of our 5,000 plus employees. But in addition, we have all these other benefits, all these other taxes, special, like we have so many layers of pay. And just simplifying this whole situation, the deferred comp and CalPERS cost are deducted from gross wages in order to calculate the personal income tax, for example. And inadvertently, that same logic was set for SDI, which was incorrect.
So I guess the important message to employees right now is that this is us starting in July, getting back on track. There's no recouping that's happening in this adjustment that's going to be on the July 3rd paycheck.
That is correct. That is correct.
Additional questions from the dais before we go to the public? Supervisor Daniels, I'm sorry, Supervisor Church. See, I did it after all the years.
Well, that's the first time that's happened.
I won't say it.
So it's a question, but is somebody just understanding it here? We're talking about $3 to $12 a paycheck. Probably, $7.50, $8 is about an average. I would think on this, so we're probably looking at somewhere around about $400 as an average on a per year that has not been taken out of an employee's paycheck. I mean, obviously those that are will have more, and those who are lower would have less. And just to be clear onto this, it's not all, but almost all the employees in the county, correct? Or it is all?
It's not all, but most of them, because not everybody is on the SDI plan.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, I just wanted to make sure we get that clarity. So we're looking, so with being that we're going back 3 years, this is going to be, as an average, it's about $1,000 an employee.
Yeah, the approximate amount, that is correct.
A little over 1,000 probably, okay, 1,200 or something.
All right, let's take this out to the public, see if there's any public input on this item. We're going to ask folks to use a raise hand function via Zoom, *9 via landline, in order to raise your hand to be recognized. Starting with folks in the room, seeing nobody coming forward. No hands up having gone up on Zoom. We'll close public comment, bring it back here. I think this was, obviously concerning given the number. I think one of the things we need to figure out is how we're going to approach this difference that needs to be paid back to the state or paid to the state. And so given that, hoping that we can give direction. I know here as we're agendized today, we'll receive the update, which we've concluded, but then there's direct staff to return in August of 2025 with an update. But as part of that, I think we need to have the ability to make the decision on how to pay this back. So I'm hoping that we as a board can agree to embed in that direction, that request to bring us the options, knowing that we need to get this resolved as soon as possible. Any challenges or questions, Supervisor Askew?
Yeah, no, definitely we need to figure out how to get this resolved as soon as possible. And again, I think this is another one of those situations where there's a fairly significant cost that, thank goodness, we have some leftover contingency at the end of the year. Again, this is one of those things that I think would have been really helpful for the board to know about prior to our work on the budget. So I ask, I'll just reiterate for anything that's floating out there that may have significant general fund implications, even if we don't know the exact specifics, getting that information to the CAO's office so that the board knows about it. It may be one thing for one department, but when there's multiple issues that are compiling through different departments and in different spaces, it all ends up landing on our agenda and it all ends up landing here. And ultimately, we've got to figure out how to account for and balance all of those costs. We just had an earlier item, $1.5 million that was unexpected. This one lands on us. So if there's anything else out there, please do give us a heads up so that we can account for and balance and try to figure out how to navigate through all of these. We've got some contingency available and we can figure out how to do it. But I think there are some options and we do need to make sure that we prepare to navigate through this in the right way. But I think for our employees, we'll want to make sure we give them proper notice and navigate in ways that are going to have the least impact possible. So thank you.
All right, so I think we've given direction. Final thoughts from anybody? Given that, we'll conclude the, Rupa, yeah.
I have one clarifying point, Chair Lopez. So we are able to come back in August and provide full report on these two areas identified, connected with SDI, the deferred comp, and the CalPERS pension cost. However, my office is undertaking a full examination, full review of the entire SDI withholding. And in order to go through the data of 900 plus pay events, 400 plus deduction events, and verifying the information for all the employees, we are anticipating to complete that entire review in next couple months and could come back to the full board in September with the comprehensive findings and recommendations, if there are any. And we're hoping that we don't see any other anomalies, but we have undertaken a full review of the entire SDI.
Thank you, Rupa. I think the desire of this board is to get as much information as we can in August, to leave this lingering without clear direction about how to solve the problem and get the latest information out to our employees who are out there sitting on pins and needles, because as I understand it, regardless of how we choose to solve this problem, there will be an impact to employees, whether it's a tax implication or some sort of payment, right? Which, again, I don't know where this board is going. I have a great idea of where we can end up, but I think we want to make sure that our staff is not sitting back waiting and wondering with that sort of Damocles swinging over their head. So at this point, I think the request is to come back in August with what you can get us, knowing that it may not be as thorough as you wish it was, but we need to be making decisions as soon as possible to resolve this issue.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Supervisor Alejo.
I know we're going to hear more from this in August, but I want to put it out there as well, because I think we should hear from the auditor's office more on this then. But this is now the second big issue that has come out of serious concern from the auditor's office, the miscalculations for the Gonzalez residents, now this issue. And I think we need to have a frank discussion here out in the open with our auditor about when did we find out information and why wasn't our CAO immediately notified? I think when big issues like this come up, I know that we need to investigate and find out where the problem was, what are the issues. But we have our top administrator. She should be the first person, as soon as Ms. Shaw finds out or somebody alerts us that there's an issue, it should not be, let me find out on my own first and with my team in my office, let's keep this information. We should notify the CEO, who then could notify the board that there's this major issue that could have implications to our budget in the millions of dollars and implications to other critical services. Paying for this, however it's resolved in the end, is going to take away from other county services where we could really use that money as the budget is coming tighter. Everybody's tightening their belt. Now we're perhaps going to have to pay the state millions of dollars. Number one, it's very easy. We should have our CA notified immediately as soon as you find out. And this is for all of us. I think all of us know if there's some major emergency, the first one I'm going to be calling is county council and our CEO right away. Let them know. And so I want to just bring that up. The other level of accountability is this software that was the inputs in the software through CGI there was miscalculations made, but it was crafted to the way the auditor's office many years ago set it up. It was set up that way. There has to be some accountability for the office for doing that, right? We're all professionals here, right? If our county council makes a serious mistake, or tax collector in their respective areas, or any other department, if that's under your watch, there has to be some accountability there to what happened. We can't just say, oh, we fixed it and it won't happen again in the future. No, this has serious implications. It was a result of a decision out of the auditor's office. And even if it was a previous leadership, it still continued without any oversight or correcting the problem through audits or through oversight or through checking and double checking, as we've been talking about a lot recently. This is, I just wanted to convey the seriousness of this that it deserves. And not just to say we fixed it and it won't happen again. No, this is two big issues, and I don't know what else is going to come down the road, but I hope we don't have any other serious problems like that. But some of this could be mitigated. This one not as much as the last issue, had we known sooner. But otherwise, there should be some internal checks on all this to make sure that we're not missing a number here, there, that down the road we're going to have a third incident where we're having to really clean up. And it's really not fair to everybody else, other departments that are involved, that now have to spend huge amounts not just talking about the cost of returning money to the state, but now to fix the problem, go back at all the records, any implications for employees. It just creates work that we're going to spend there versus spending it out on doing other needed activities and providing other services to the county. I wanted to stress that. And we'll talk about it more at length in August, but I needed to put it on the table. Thank you.
All right. With that, Supervisor Church.
Yeah, just briefly touch upon this is really emphasizing, I hope we're going to have a pretty hard number back in August, because we just got dinged with 1.4 million on the previous item, and I don't know what we're looking at here. You know, if you have a number that you feel this is going to be at right now, but when with the questions I asked earlier, and we were saying it's like $1,000 for an employee, and you're talking about 4,000 employees that be affected, that's $4 million. So I'm hoping we're not going down that path to that amount. So, but we got to know. We got to know before we can go ahead.
All right.
Through Chair, if I can address.
Go ahead, Rupa. Final word.
Right. So the previous comment from Supervisor Alejo duly noted, and that is the plan going forward to establish and implement stronger accountability and checkpoints on these processes. So it's not necessary for me to go into the past details, but since I have taken office in 2019, that has been my goal. I did inherited management team that I was working through to ensure that we have tight controls and processes in place. And fortunately, today I have a new management team, and that's the direction that we have planned to go into, and we are going in that direction. So I do want to assure the board as well as the county employees that we are diligently looking at all the processes in the Auditor Controller's office since I have taken office, and that has been my goal. But unfortunately, going through this type of processes and working with the staff that may have been there for decades takes some time. So I am glad and I'm happy to report that today, the situation has changed in my office and in the positive direction, and I am optimistic and looking forward to implement additional checks and balances, additional accountability structures so that we can also prevent it. We can also identify it if they have been made. Thank you. And to the next point about the approximate amount, Supervisor Church, we have a very rough preliminary number for 3 years at 1.4 million. However, that amount does not include the penalty and interest, though we are going to work with the state and work with our county council to see if the penalties and interest can be waived, because this is not an intentional error. It was just an oversight. And so hopefully our hope is that, we come back with that amount that is the initial number available to us at this point. And hopefully that amount will culminate into a lower than $1,000 per employee. So we'll find out. Thank you.
All right, much more to come. With that, we'll consider that item concluded. Thank you very much. So at this point, the last item left on is that 4 o'clock notice public hearing on solid waste collection fees. So what I'll do is go to the CAO comments, board comments, and then we will leave just that item. Plus, I'll take a readout from closed session before we go, leaving us with just the solid waste item and our adjourn in memory. So CAO, if we could have your comments.
Yes, this week we are acknowledging the work of the District Attorney's Office. This is the team that has launched a human trafficking working group to strengthen countywide response. The multidisciplinary team meets regularly to share information, track emergent trends, and coordinate ongoing investigations. They've developed internal policies, training manuals, and adjustments to their current case management software to be fully compliant with Penal Code Section 741, a new race-blind charging law that was effective January 1st, 2025. The DA's office was fully prepared to implement the new law on the date it went into effect, using their existing resources and without incurring additional expenses to the county. The victims unit provided 31,214 services to 3,659 victims in 2024 and 15,421 services to 2,345 victims in the first 6 months of 2025. The office's Consumer Protection Unit was awarded a grant for tobacco enforcement in October 2024 and has been using these grant funds to conduct undercover buys of illegal flavored tobacco products, which are the most popular products among the youth. And lastly, the Monterey County District Attorney's Office leads the multi-agency Magnet North Task Force formed in response to 6 murders and 7 injured in 2 shootings by gang members in South County in 2024. Since then, 26 members of the gang have been arrested. Over 170 search warrants have been reviewed, and resulted in the collection of voluminous evidence, including 10 terabytes of digital evidence. The task force has written over 460 reports, and prosecutions are ongoing.
Thank you, CAO. With that, we'll go to board comments. Supervisor Church, you made eye contact, so you go first. That's how it works.
Don't really have too much to say, but 4th of July is Friday, and please don't shoot off illegal fireworks.
Oh, sorry. They were so bad when I lived in Prunedale. I was just having like PTSD. Sorry, didn't mean to make that noise.
It's okay. At least, yeah, I'm still there. So, yeah. Anyway, just want to make that appeal, and hope everybody has a peaceful 4th of July, because your pets and your veterans deserve it.
Agree. Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you, Chair Lopez. I have a 4th of July announcement, which is that I will be I forget what it's even called, the Grand Marshal of a parade?
Grand Marshal.
I will be the Grand Marshal of the Monterey, City of Monterey 4th of July Parade. I will be in a red Mustang convertible. I'm looking very, very much forward to it. An old teacher of mine's car. And it should be a whole lot of fun. One important announcement from the 5th District office is that we just hired our 3rd team member, so we're fully staffed. And Evan Snyder's a longtime local resident. He attended Salinas High School and very connected also to the 5th District, and will be our constituent communications specialist. And we're really looking forward to working with Evan, and hopefully if you have the opportunity to call our office, he will be the bright, cheery voice that you hear. This week, I did get to go to the Peter B's soft opening. So if you are, or was at the end of last week, so if you're looking for a good sports bar in downtown Monterey, Peter B's is now open again. And it's bright and airy and has lots of television screens.
Same location or
Same location.
Same location.
Just looking, it's really wonderful. I got the opportunity to meet with Betty Saxon from AT&T on would be the carrier of last resort, and it sounds like Supervisor Lopez has made some great progress on that front, and I was all ready for a battle, and it sounds like a lot of our concerns and questions have been answered, so that was a great meeting. Also attended the C Monterey, well, it was not, this is wrong, it was a regular board meeting, annual meeting next month, just my notes weren't accurate. Most of all, and most fun, was Monterey Pride this weekend. It was fantastic, it was on Saturday, it was celebratory, it was upbeat, but also an important act of resistance and just showing up and being a part of Pride this year. So very, very, very happy to be there. And there are many other things I'd like to say, but I'm just gonna leave it there just in light of where things are at in our healthcare world. And we'll have more to say next week, I'm sure.
All right, we'll go to Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, thank you. And definitely want to wish everyone a happy 4th of July. Certainly a time to reflect on our fundamental American values and what really matters to us. Here locally, I always attend the 4th of July parade in my hometown of Watsonville. I've been there all 9 years as an assembly member and 6 years as assembly member in all 9 years. This will be my 9th year as a supervisor participating in that. But also, there is another legal fireworks celebration at the rodeo grounds, and that is put on, I think, for the last 3 years by Compass Church. And that there's going to be a car show as well. And so there's an option for families to not have to engage in illegal fireworks, but go to a show that is sanctioned and permitted and is available to all the community to enjoy. So thank you to Compass Church for holding that event here in Salinas. tomorrow, I think my Young Supervisors program begins. This year I got 24 Young Supervisors. I want to thank Javier for all his work on that, but putting that together during this month of July. And we will be debating. I think we always pick a topic to debate, but we thought, what's more top of mind than battery storage and safety protocols in Moss Landing? So it just gives the young people, and we always argue both sides, all angles of an issue, whether they agree with it or not. We want them to know what are the debates pro or con around this technology, around the safety, and what does the science say from an environmental standpoint as well. So last but not least, I also want to just congratulate my staff, Jasmine Mejia, who got married last Saturday. A beautiful ceremony held. I want to congratulate her and her husband, Diego Mondujano, on their long life of happiness together. Last issue I wanted to bring up, not on such a positive note, was just on a note of concern for one of our, I would say, colleagues, and somebody we all know that does the maintenance in this building for all of us. I just wanted to express, as we go into the holidays, I hope that our county leadership could look out for her so that she can continue to do the work that she's been doing for us for many years. I think all the years that I've been a county supervisor, everyone in this building knows her. But especially now when we're immigrants under attack, we value supporting them, lifting them up. Well, let's do it with our colleague who does this work for us each and every day of the week here. If there are concerns, let her know what they are so she can improve them and address them. Just like we do with any other employee. If there's issues, you get reviews, you're told. You don't just get dismissed without much notice. That's all I'm asking for, is a fair process. Let her fix any issues that if there are any. But I think we play a role as a board of supervisors and as a county CEO's office to tell the contractor, we like her, we want her to continue, we definitely want to improve our service. We had a debate here during our budget whether we're going to reduce janitorial services from 5 days to 3 days. We kept it at 5. But I would just call to all of us. We have an ability to sway, influence, because we are the entity that provides the contract to the employer, and we could send them a message that we want to make sure that she can stay and continue to do the work for us. Let's not put her career and her livelihood in jeopardy by not taking a step where we can address any concerns, but allow her to keep doing the work that she wants to do, looks forward to doing for us each and every day. I just wanted to put it out. I don't know if our CEO has any, if our CEO has any response, but we're going to go on our summer recess pretty soon. So I'm raising this now because we need to agendize it. Can we next week? Do we need to, or can we just address it in another way? But I don't want to leave and come back from summer recess and find out that the person who's been doing all this work for us for such a long time is no longer here to be able to do it. And that's what has me concerned, because we only have one more meeting after today.
So what I'd like to do is just, I understand and I hear the concerns related to this individual, and have been working with our facilities team to ensure that we are conveying the different issues that may have been identified as we work with our vendor. But I also want to be very cautious of the fact that she is an employee of this vendor, and working with the vendor is the most appropriate route. My understanding is that items have been shared and that already we've seen some of those be addressed. And so I would ask that the board allow me to continue to work through our team. My understanding is I know I see her working in this building consistently, and there have been employees that have advocated on her behalf. And what I'd like to do is just continue working with her employer, since that is who we have an agreement with, and through our Department of Public Works and Facilities. to ensure that we have, that she has the information that she needs, but also that we have a list of tasks that we've asked to be performed and that she's able to address them.
Yeah, and that's fair. I would just urge my colleagues, please weigh in. Each of us have an ability to influence the outcome of her situation. Let's not look back, let some adverse action be taken and then regret why didn't we step in sooner. This is the time to do that, and that's why I'm just raising it now. Somebody's livelihood is there. If we care about people, let's do it. Let's help them. Let's help them do the best at what they do. But let's not send their families and their livelihoods into a very difficult situation. And we already know it's difficult for them already. Thank you.
So I'll just share on that note before we go to Supervisor Askew. I share the concerns about wanting to make sure that there's a work performance improvement plan if that's what's necessary. I know that that's not necessarily our role, but just to the extent that we can encourage that, I would want us to go to that max extent, knowing that it's important to all of us here in this building to have folks in the building that we trust that have been with us for so long. And I'll leave it there and go to Supervisor Askew.
Great, thank you. 2 events I just wanted to highlight this past weekend. Monterey Pride, the organizers from Monterey Pride put on an absolutely phenomenal event downtown Monterey this past weekend. There were, I think, 1,200 people in the parade, and then I think easily another 1,000 more on the streets of Monterey and attending the festival in the plaza afterwards. It's just really a fun space to celebrate the joy and the love in the community. And I want to thank everyone who came out to participate in the parade, all those who came out to celebrate the parade. And I know it takes a lot of work to put events like that on, so thank you to the organizers. And then the Monterey Salinas Transit Surf Bus Rapid Transit groundbreaking also took place immediately following Pride Festival. And that was another really great celebration of the kind of long-term visioning work that will help to connect communities with direct access between where people live and where people go to school, between where job centers are and where housing centers are, with direct mass transit solutions that will hopefully be available long into the future for our residents and our workforce. And then finally, I just wanted to, I think, join my colleagues in wishing everyone a happy and safe 4th of July. I think about 4th of July, having grown up on military bases. I went to school in a military elementary school where we had a piano in our classroom, and my elementary school teachers, we sang on a military base, and we sang songs every day. So all of the songs that we sing on the 4th of July, we would sing. Her husband would come and play the piano, and anyway, it's a joyous. It brings up a lot of joyful memories for me, and I want everyone to know that there are reasons to be hopeful, and for me, it's a complicated set of emotions that I feel this year, but I'm gonna sit with hope and for our future, knowing that there's a lot of us who are going to keep working to ensure that safety, health, and care for our neighbors remain the thing that we're here to continue working and fighting for. So thank you. Stay safe. No fireworks here in Monterey County. Thank you. We appreciate all of you. Thanks.
Unincorporated Monterey County.
And in many of our cities as well. Our cities, no illegal fireworks. And if you want safe and sane, make sure you're putting those off in a legal city, because our city police departments are aggressively pursuing action against those who are in violation of fireworks regulations. Thank you.
So I see Council chomping at the bit, but I've still got a few things to report, then we'll go over to you. So first I'll share on the Kohler piece. Yes, we were able to essentially rewrite that entire piece of legislation with RCRC at the table in a meaningful way. And I think what we've come out with is more than workable. And as seeing that we were able to get that done in the last week, what I'm going to ask is perhaps on our next agenda, we can bring back a movement of our position on that bill from opposed to neutral. I'm not asking for support on AB 470, COLR, McKinner, carrier of last resort. Yeah, so if just asking for that to be brought back at the next meeting to move to neutral, not to support, given what we've been able to do. So then want to share tomorrow night before the 4th of July on the 3rd, we'll be doing tomorrow night or Thursday. Let me double check. We've got a listening session. It's tomorrow night, so on the 2nd in Soledad at the Hartnell College campus in Soledad from 6 to 7:30. So invite the community out to join us for that. I also want to share that on the 8th, we'll be having a community town hall in partnership with the Auditor Controller to talk about the tax issue that was mentioned earlier in the meeting for that GUSD tax issue. And so that meeting will be on the 8th of July. It's going to be at Fairview Middle School from 6:30 to 7:30. So invite the public to join us for that one. On happier news, I'll share that we've got the 4th of July events throughout South County alive and well, including the one that I mentioned earlier at San Lorenzo Park in King City that comes after the parade. My family and I will be in that parade. We'll also be doing the fun run in Gonzales at 7 in the morning. So if anybody feels the need to get a 5K in, come out and join us for that one. Greenfield will also be having their celebration at 4 p.m. I'll be speaking at Patriot Park on that. And Soledad will have their parade. Unfortunately, it conflicts with the Greenfield event, but I was able to get them about 20 hay bales to keep the community safe in that effort. So lots of great things happening in South County on the 4th of July. Want to make sure the community knows so they can come out and join us and connect with community. Part of that as well on my notes was to talk about fireworks safety. We have in the last few years lost houses, lost lives in the community of Gonzales. And as part of that, we want to make sure that the community knows that we have invested as a board of supervisors as well in drones for the community of Gonzales to help combat illegal fireworks. And so those are the efforts that pull off together to make real difference in our community. And so those investments are critical. And with that, I will turn to our county council to see if we have anything to report out of closed session.
There's no reportable action today.
All right, we're sitting here right at 2:53. We're going to go ahead and recess, and then we will reconvene here in chambers at 4 p.m. for the last item on today's agenda, which is the one that was publicly noticed as a 4 p.m. hearing to conduct a hearing on collecting delinquent fees for solid waste collection. So we will see you back here at 4 if that is your interest. And with that, we are recessed until 4. With that, we are reconvening this meeting of the Board of Supervisors for July 1st, 2025. Let the record reflect that 4 members of the board are present with Supervisor Askew having stepped away. She will not be back with us for the remainder of this hearing, but given that, we are going to conduct a public hearing to collect delinquent fees for solid waste collection. And for the opening presentation, I'll announce that we are opening the public hearing officially, but to kick off the presentation, I'm going to send it over to staff, starting with Rick Encarnacion. So Rick, team, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Chair Lopez and members
I'm sorry,
of the board.
one second, Rick. I forgot. If Diego could do me the favor of making the announcement of the interpreter via Zoom, please.
Muy buenas tardes, les habla Diego Celis, es intérprete inglés-español, español-inglés
Diego,
para la reunión
cannot hear
de
you
hoy.
clearly.
Si desea hacer comentario público, por favor, hablar lenta y claramente para que yo lo pueda escuchar. Hello?
It sounds like you have a huge delay, Diego. If you would try one more time, maybe check your internet reception. If you have your camera on, turn that off.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm driving. That might be a problem.
Okay. You want to try it one more time, Diego?
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Muy buenas tardes, les habla Diego Celis. Seré su intérprete para la reunión de hoy, inglés-español, español-inglés. Si desea hacer un comentario público, por favor, hablar lenta y claramente para que yo lo pueda escuchar. Favor, hacer un descanso al final de sus oraciones para yo poder interpretarle. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Thank you, Diego. So with that, we'll go back to you, Rick.
Good afternoon, Chair Lopez and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Rick Encarnacion, Bureau Chief, Monterey County Environmental Health. I'm joined today by Ms. Robin Kimball, Management Analyst 3, and in the audience are Liz Hall, representing Waste Management. We are here to conduct a public hearing on delinquent accounts related to waste management services in the unincorporated areas of Monterey County. The purpose of today's hearing is to hear any objections or protests from landowners who may be liable for delinquent solid waste hauling fees as reported by Waste Management Incorporated, doing business as Carmel Marina Corporation. Consider revisions or corrections to the delinquent accounts report as the board deems appropriate. Adopt a resolution to confirm the delinquent accounts and authorize the amounts to be collected as special assessments on the respective parcels via property tax bills. And authorize the clerk of the board to file the certified report with the auditor controller. A brief background. On December 3, 2024, the Board of Supervisors approved a new Unified Franchise Agreement, the UFA, with Waste Management Incorporated for waste hauling services. The board directed staff to eliminate debt from the rate-setting process, prompting initiation of the special assessment process to recover outstanding amounts owed. We ensured ample notification throughout the process. Between January and April 2025, 4 notices were sent to property owners and billing addresses. In June of 2025, a public hearing notice was mailed to the county to affected parcel owners. Notices were sent to both residential and commercial accounts. Environmental health staff and waste management staff have worked in tandem to address calls regarding accounts and the hearing process. Here are the delinquency statistics. Between January to April notices, the residential accounts numbered 3,606 accounts, totaling over $3.28 million. And commercial accounts numbered 120 delinquent accounts, totaling over $778,000. By the time the public notices were were sent out, these numbers dropped. The residential accounts dropped from 3,606 down to 1,492, totaling 1.62 million, down from 3.28 million. And the commercial down from 120 down to 62 accounts, totaling approximately 476,000. As of yesterday, this further went down with the residential accounts going down to 1,148 accounts, totaling now 1.25 million total due, and commercial accounts down to 47 with $413,000 due. Waste Management will offer ongoing support to address any disputes submitted to Waste Management within 7 business days to ensure sufficient time to prepare the final list to be turned over for special assessment. An information sheet is available today for distribution and is also outlined as follows. Property owners disputing the inclusion on the delinquent list must provide proof of property vacancy or proof of change in ownership or proof of payment or pay the outstanding balance. Disputes must be submitted within 7 business days to the email you see on your screen, wmcmcsa@wm.com. Going forward, routine past due notices for current invoices will now be sent to both the account holder and the property owner if they're different. Notices will be triggered at 30+ days past due to promote timely payments and reduce future special assessments. This procedure began in May of 2025, this year. Staff again recommends to the board to conduct this public hearing and hear all objections, make revisions to the delinquent accounts list as deemed appropriate, adopt the resolution to confirm the report of delinquent accounts, and authorize the amounts to be collected as special assessments on property tax bills, and authorize the clerk of the board to file the certified report with the auditor controller. Thank you, and this concludes our presentation. We're now available to answer any questions from the board.
Questions from the dais? Okay, then at this time, we'll officially open the public hearing. You're not on the dais, but what we'll do is open the public hearing. So we're going to invite folks up. We're going to allow 2 minutes per speaker for folks to share their thoughts with us. I want to see before we do that if Waste Management has any additional comments. All right, seeing none, what we'll do is go ahead and proceed. So if folks want to speak, just come forward to that microphone there straight in front of me. We've got a clock which will run at the bottom of the screen for 2 minutes per speaker. This is your opportunity to speak. Come forward, please. And for folks joining us via Zoom who wish to speak, we'll ask you to use the raise hand function, which is probably in your reactions tab at the bottom of your screen or phone, or *9 via landline in order to have that hand raised on your behalf to be recognized. So we'll start here in room.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Jack Willis. I have a parcel here. Do I have to give you all my stuff, or can you look this up? Okay, I don't get any mail at a mailbox. I get a P.O. box. I learned recently, as of January, that I've been forcibly enrolled in a program. Last 20 years, I've been taking my my garbage to the dump, which is normal down in our neighborhood. So this is a surprise to me. When my wife found out that we were enrolled, she said, okay, well, send us some cans. This was in January. And then they said, okay, here, no problem. And then she said, okay, now don't charge us for the last 2 years that we haven't been using your service. And they said, oh, well, you know, talk to them. So we talked to them, and they were like, oh, we'll talk to, I could give you the back and forth, but I sort of just went back and forth between Waste Management and someone else, I can't remember. But we never had the service. The only thing I get is junk mail that goes to a mailbox that doesn't actually, I mean, anything important that I sign up for voluntarily will come to my P.O. box. So that I never got a chance to even know that I was forcibly enrolled or that I had to do some sort of a exemption. I don't have any paperwork that says I've been hauling myself. I'm just sort of here trying not to be, you know, charged for a service that I never got. And now that it's attached to my taxes, I'm into this situation where I have to be here on Tuesday in Salinas instead of working. So please, if you guys could just do something for me so that I'm not just charged for this service that I was enrolled in. It's not really my responsibility to come down to Salinas to make sure I'm not being, I mean, what do I get enrolled in next? I don't know. Do I have to be checking every month to make sure that I'm not forcibly enrolled in some other service? This is really scary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next speaker. You got someone coming? Okay. You guys would do me the favor and queue up to the extent that you can. Yeah, that would be helpful. Just make your way towards the front if you wish to speak. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jay Boyd, and I've had my house for about 42 years, never had garbage service. Just recently I've found out that I'm supposed to have it, but I'm disabled. I cannot move those cans across the road. I'm on a street with kind of a blind curve, and it would risk my life just to get across the street to get my mailbox. Once a month, my daughter comes out and hauls my trailer to the marina dump and pays to have it dumped. And that's what we've been doing since we've lived there. And now I've got this bill that for services I've never had. And we did send in a application for an exemption on this. And that's where I'm at this point. I don't know what to do next.
Thank you, Jay.
Okay.
Next speaker.
Hello, my name is S.J. Thomas. I think that you're probably going to hear a lot of the same stuff here. This is a surprise to me as well. I wrote something, and I'll try to read it really quick. The last few years has been a nightmare for my family. During the pandemic, my parents, who are 8-time cancer survivors, went from bad to worse, and I, as their only child, had to care for them. Despite all their challenges, my dad had heart failure, kidney failure, lung failure, diabetes, scoliosis, oxygen, bedridden, dialysis. He still took the time, which I have here in his own handwriting, that I went through in his room after his death, to set up an exemption. Somehow the exemption didn't go through. I don't know. The long and the short of it is that I've never had trash service. Waste Management's own accounts have shown that I have literally never had trash collected at my address. Also, the mail there is being sent back. And I'm assuming, and I hope that I can prove vacancy by showing that the mail, the post office mail, has been sent back. So my father ended up dying this last year in summertime, and my mother's 85, and she, surprise, $1,200 bill. So, obviously it's been very difficult. And so I reached out to Waste Management, and they actually issued a refund. One of the people did. They, like I said, their own records show that I've never even used their services. The mail's been sent back. They sent, somebody tried to do a refund. It didn't go through. They told me to contact the county. The county told me to contact Waste Management. It's going back and forth. And to be honest with you, my 85-year-old mother should not be hit with a $1,200 bill. I mean, I've been having to take care of my parents. I am going back to work soon, thank God, but this is unjust.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Diane Brannon. This June of 2025 was my first notice. I live at Bass Lake, and my property is here. And actually, the letters went to my neighbors to the wrong address, so I was being mailed. My address at Bass Lake is 53341. It was being mailed to 53351. I had no idea of this bill. So I did call Robin when I was surprised with the bill. and she said to come to this meeting. And then, well, it went to the wrong address, so I'm not sure. I wish the addresses could get right, because I was just unaware of this bill, and that it surprised me. So what should I do? Well, first of all, you probably need my mailing address, and I have a P.O. box because I live at Bass Lake, and they're unlocked mail. So I send it to my P.O. box because I don't want my mail to be, it's not a secured address for mail. So what should I do? I mean, I did call Robin, and I actually was unaware of the bill, so I did pay some. And honestly, I did it with my Visa because it shocked me of what was owed. So can you give me some advice what I should do?
So at this point, we're receiving information. We'll respond after all the public.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
But you do have the wrong mailing address.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Tanya Rivera, and as I am in dispute with Waste Management, how do we, I mean, if this amount is put onto our tax bill, but we're still in dispute with Waste Management, how are we supposed to take care of that with the tax bill? I don't see how the county can be putting Waste Management's problems onto our tax bills.
Next speaker.
My name is Sally Snyder, and I have a rental house out in Carmel Valley. And for the first time, my renters always pay for their own collection. And a few months ago, I got a bill for almost $1,000 because my tenant moved out. She didn't cancel her garbage service. And when my new tenant came to live on the property, the Waste Management never took the cans away. The cans were there. It wasn't a miscommunication. There was just no communication. My new tenant just started filling the cans. Waste Management picked it up, and they had been trying to contact the previous tenant, and they couldn't get a hold of her. Then they started sending me bills. But if Waste Management didn't notify me, I had no idea that they didn't pick up the cans. And if they were sending her notices and she was in default, why didn't they pick the cans up? So my tenant just kept filling up the cans. They have garbage service now. They're paying now, but for the 23, 24, nothing was paid. But because I wasn't informed, if I had been informed, I never got any kind of communication at all from Waste Management. Like I said, they never took the cans, so it just progressed on. I also have a rental property in Pacific Grove, and they have to pay for sewer. And if my tenant misses a month, they immediately notify me. And then I can talk to my tenant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Yeah, my name is Antonio Pinheiro. I had garbage service with Waste Management for a long time. My can got ran over because I live on San Miguel Canyon Road. And I called Waste Management 7 weeks in a row to get a replacement can and could never get a replacement can. I informed them on the 7th week if I didn't have a can by the next week that I would cancel service. My point to all this is I don't feel that I should have to pay for garbage service or for bad service is what I'm saying. And you shouldn't make people pay for bad service. is the point that I'm trying to make here. That's all I got.
My name is Alan Williams. I'm a little different. I've got service and I didn't want it. I've had service for 45 years with Waste Management, almost 55 years. But I moved to Tehama 15 years ago, and I had service at my offices there at 7145 Carmel Valley Road. But when I moved into my home, I lived for the first almost 12 years there without service at my house because of my disabilities. I took it down to my office and disposed of it. About a year and a half ago, I had 3 trash cans delivered to my house. Didn't ask for it, didn't want it, didn't need it. Quite frankly, couldn't use it. And I called Waste Management, asked, what's this, don't want it, come and get the cans. And non-responsive. And then I got a bill. I wrote on the bill, I said, I dispose of my trash at 7145 Carmel Valley Road. I don't need trash cans, please come and get them. The trash cans have been upside down at the curb at Tehama for a year and a half. Now I run Tehama, I designed it and built it. And we have places for, most of the homes have places for their trash cans on board. I've explained to the neighbors I'm doing battle with Waste Management. Month after month, I write notes, I call Waste Management. I get bill collectors. Now management, I have a good relationship. I have commercial accounts with Waste Management. But the real ire for me, and I talk for some of the people in this room, I'm a retired Army captain. I was retired with wounds that I received in Vietnam. I can't handle those cans. I have a driveway that's 200 feet long. I can't take them down the driveway. I can't get them back up. So not only didn't I ask for the service, I couldn't use them. I can't use them if I got them. So here's a gentleman that didn't want the service. I got it and don't want them, and I got an $1,100 bill.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Well,
thank you.
Most important thing here, there's an ADA. There's disabled people that are being forced a service that isn't a service, it's a pure tax.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
And I finally found out from Waste Management, after almost 6-7 months of harassment.
Please, Mr. Williams, we're trying to keep everybody at 2 minutes.
This is mandated by the state.
We're trying to be respectful.
Mr. Williams, you take 30 seconds of mine. Go ahead, keep it, Mr. Williams.
We don't do that. We don't do that. We give everybody 2 minutes. That's how we do it. Next speaker, please. Please, you have your 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is David Stone. I may not look it, but I'm handicapped and I'm fighting cancer as we speak today. Okay? I was divorced in 2018. Somehow, Waste Management, not being transparent with what they're doing, gave me a bill in my ex-wife's name. Ex-wife's name. Are we all clear on that? For 23 and 24. Am I supposed to unlawfully open my ex-wife's mail? My current wife sent it back, called Waste Management on the phone. They do nothing. They are just kicking the can down the road for reasons I don't know, maybe to pay for, contracts or infrastructure that they need. But as of right now, all they're doing is taking people's money, putting it on their taxes, and strong-arming from us, right? Isn't this extortion? Isn't that what the mob does? This is extortion. I don't own cans. I don't have cans at my service, at my home. And if I did, how am I supposed to get them up and down my driveway? Same thing. I'm out in Prunedale. I have probably a 500-foot hill. I can't walk those up and down, put them in a truck. Are they going to send somebody out to get them for me? What's going to happen with this meeting? What's going to be the overall outcome? I think that Waste Management, A, needs to be more transparent, right? And not 3 months or a year or two down the road hit me with a $1,200 bill. It's not even in my name. It's in my ex-wife's name, like I said. How is that even possible? How in any way is that possible if she hasn't even lived on my ranch since 2018 and we never had service? How is it now today it's in her name at my address that I'm responsible for? I thought that ship had sailed. when I got divorced. Now I'm responsible for her bills again? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Are you guys under the advice of council at the moment?
We are. And the green is our county council.
Okay. Is Waste Management representative under the advice of council?
That I don't know.
Okay. In 2021, November, Waste Management, out of thin air, created an account for a residency that already had an account that was always current and upstanding. And I just got and so Waste Management does not have an effective conflict resolution, especially when it comes to duplicative billing issues of solely Waste Management's own making. So in April, we were informed of that the penalties could come to this board, and you guys would be the ones to pay council, which I imagine is at least $500 an hour. And then once you guys actually are served with a lawsuit, that's probably $700. So you're gonna do all this just for how much money? Money you're gonna give to another entity to keep doing shady practices? So in May, I canceled the service. They collected money on an account that was duplicative billed since November of 2021. Do you guys trust an entity that does not conduct audits? Do you trust a company that does not make sure that they're not billing a same residency twice over and never correct it on their own time? Do you guys want to be a party to that? Do you want to give more room for that injustice to prevail? Because I literally got a bill yesterday, and it says, customer name, do not use. Customer name from Waste Management invoice, and they name it, do not use. This bill was an invoice that was to be paid today. So you can determine who you want to work with and who you trust.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Augustolia Villaseñor, and I'm from San Lucas. And I just got this bill of $1,700. And the bill was supposed to be for a person that lived in one of my houses. And she never also did not discontinue the use, and now they're charging me. And she left a lot of garbage I picked up, and in San Lucas, there's a problem that a lot of people see somebody moves and they take the trash cans. Now, the bill came in, it was under her name. If I would have got it right away, I would have paid the bill. But I don't think that's right, that a lot of people have to pay for somebody else's trash. The Waste Management, a long time ago, if somebody did not pay the bill, they would go pick it up, the trash cans. Don't they have people to check up all these, who's the one that has the trash under their names? Because I don't think I should be paying for somebody else's trash. Look around, all over around here, California, there is a lot of people that are homeless, and they bring in a lot of trash. If you would look in San Lucas, all the back lots, there's a lot of trash. Nobody goes picks that up. I pick up my trash. I try to clean up. But you know something? That's really hard when you have to pay somebody else's trash. And this lady, she was living there, and she left, and the bills were going to her address. I just get this letter right now, and it's under now my name because I'm the property owner, I have to pay her bills? I don't understand that. It's pretty hard, but I think you guys should do something about this, that somebody else should always pay their own trash. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Augustolia. Next speaker.
Afternoon. I'm Biff Jelovich. I'm a property manager representing some units over in Moss Landing. And our problem has been somewhat similar with it getting kicked back and forth. I've had received bills for people that moved out over 10 years ago, and they the properties have been re-rented and occupied, and somebody's been paying the bill currently. And somehow or other, I get these bills now on the property owners. And this, I've had zero luck working with Waste Management or the county. Waste Management would tell me that I need a dispensation from the county, and then I try and get one from the county, and no luck, no return phone calls, nothing. Anyway, that's the crux of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Cirila Lopez. In Ferndale, seems like this is the rule. Officially, a few years ago, I canceled the service because it didn't fit my needs. So because it's 3 units, so between collecting the trash plus my trash, I had to pay for the service that it was not a good service, and then paying somebody to haul the trash to Marina Center. However, in 2016 in May, I purchased a business in San Bernardino, California, and I moved down, and my children remain in Ferndale. Now they're responsible for the bill. I gave them hell. Because I asked them, how in the hell you guys didn't pay the bill? They have the proof that they paying, but I got 2 letters for $4,000. So tell me if this is fair, or we should do something about protecting our assets and our bank accounts from somebody that tried to collect the money easily on us.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Yi Zhongdai. I'm the property owner of a rental piece of property here in Ferndale. First of all, I want to thank you all for providing this opportunity for this hearing. During the opening remarks of the waste management representative, they stated that property owners were given ample time. I really question that. As a property owner, I did not receive the first notice until January this year. But the bill was dated back 2 years. Is this even legal to go back 2 years? So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
My name's Robert Shea. I live out in Prunedale. And I lived over on Langley Court, and I was exempt from the service because of the trash service because of my business. I moved out to Meridian Road about 10 years ago. I've never used the waste management. I go to the Marina landfill, and I filled out 2 applications. The first one came back, and it was denied. I sent in the receipts. I sent in another application, and it was also denied. And I don't know why, because the only thing that changed was my location. Everything stayed the same. I just moved from Langley Court over to Meridian. So I don't like getting bills in my mailbox. I don't use the service, and I think everybody here is in the same boat. So I don't know where this goes right now. And for you to be able to take it out of the taxes, that just doesn't make any sense to me. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Next speaker.
My name is Maria Martinez. We have a property in Soledad with rental units. We've been using the garbage service for a long time, several years, and we hadn't have any problems before. But this year, we got a couple of bills from 2 of our tenants, one for $1,050 and the other one's for $638. And we talked to them about it, and they said that they were going to fix it. Then later, we kept getting more the same bills. And they tell us that we're responsible to pay if the tenants don't pay it. We talked to our tenants again, and they gave us a copy showing us that they already paid off, with zero balance, both of them. But they keep in sending us the same bills, and we don't know what to do. We don't know what step, what is the next step to follow, because we don't want to pay for other people's, someone else's trash. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Next. I know the gentleman in the front's been waiting for his turn. If you want to come up.
Well, for one, I wanted to ask, I thought that this was going to be kind of more on an individual basis and you'd be looking possibly at evidence. So anyway, this is kind of a legal issue, that any issue between Waste Management or any company and the claimed customer is between those two parties. And if there's an issue, then it could go to civil court. So the county is getting involved and stepping in between the two. So for one, like with my issue, there's been no service. I live in Carmel Valley. Waste Management hasn't picked up a single item in years, getting up into 10. So besides issues of that, for one, I probably would say that they can't even come up with a signed contract that somebody, myself, or anybody that are, there's nobody living, I'm the only one living at the property, and I work full-time out of town. So for instance, last month, I spent 2 days at home. I mean, I've got so much documentation, it's unbelievable. I could show you for basically for the last, 5 to 10 years, the average bill of electricity is in the $30 range, and water about the same. So, I mean, I could prove that not only that there's that's my recyclables over there. That's 8 months worth.
Thank you, sir.
That's 8 months worth of recyclables that I take to, I just want to finish to the recyclable.
Thank you, sir.
At
Time's over. Last one was
Marina
going
or
to speak.
whatever, so I'm just kind of curious.
Thank you, sir. We're at time. We're going to go to the next speaker. Thank you.
You shouldn't be in between the two.
Next speaker, please.
Legal court issue if they wanted to, proceed.
Next speaker, please. We're going to the next speaker, sir. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm actually here representing my grandma. Like I've heard for the last 38 minutes with many of the people that are here, there just seems to be a direct problem directly with Waste Management. My grandma actually went into the hospital today because she was so distressed over a $4,116.72. It looks like she does own a parcel. There is landscapers. They do take the bins out. We do have people that are homeless that continue. I've personally tried to call Waste Management, and I constantly just get like an operating machine. I don't know if they offer a payment plan. I mean, we're not opposed to helping pay this bill because my grandma is literally like, Mija, it's my house. I don't know, my grandpa passed away within 2 years, so a lot of the bills got chaotic, and she's old. She's 84 years old, literally today in the hospital. And I told her, Grandma, don't worry. I'm going to go. I'm going to hear what everybody has to say. And I guess the biggest thing for me would be, I did hear a gentleman say, it is true. My parents I live in Castroville. Whenever we were younger, if the bill didn't get paid, they'd pick up the cans. My mom actually worked for Waste Management, and they would pick up the cans and they would no longer provide service. And if you didn't use the service, you never had cans, so you weren't in discrepancy. My dad used to take the trash to the dump, and we never, even though my mom worked for Waste Management, we didn't have trash bins, and my dad would just take it. And now that my grandma's in this, because she's older, and most of the older people are by the book and by the law and follow all the rules, and they don't have even the ability to come up and contest this, I would just like to see if Waste Management can offer, like back in the old days, like somebody answer the phone and you can talk to somebody and actually let them, instead of us coming here wasting your guys' time, that we could talk to somebody and say, hey, can we start a payment plan? How do we help my grandma out of this situation?
Thank you.
So I too am here on behalf of my grandmother. She's 90. She doesn't even live at that property. She lives with me. So we have a $1,700 bill. It took me literally all day long to try to figure out even how to get a hold of somebody, which I never actually got a hold of somebody over the phone. I literally was given text messages. I didn't have any bills like in my hand to be able to pay this. I literally pay this off like on my student account, like my student, like I'm a full-time student. I literally took all my money to pay my grandmother's $1,700 bill. My mom is completely disabled. Like, I'm the one like in charge of everything. And like, I live in Salinas, there in Aromas, like I don't know how I'm supposed to manage all of that, but why a $1,700 bill? Why would it even be allowed to get that high? Like, I don't really understand that, especially considering like, I haven't received anything on behalf of my grandma. Everything else seems to come to me. I really don't understand like how you can allow it to get that high. I don't know. I don't really think it's right though.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Hernandez. The bill or this letter got sent to my husband. The bill is not even mine. It's under my sister. I take my garbage to the landfill on Gonzalez. So I received 3 letters from Waste Management. I called them and they did answer, but the first time I called, they told me they couldn't give me any information because the bill was not under my name. To go and get information from my sister, because I told them it was my sister, and that they couldn't help me with. So then I received another letter. I did get into an argument with them because I told them, you're sending me a letter to my husband with a bill for 10 grand that I don't even know for what, and you don't want to give me information. So that's when they told me that my sister got arranged for a trash can van that was never paid for since they took it. So this is from January 2013, I guess today, and the bill is growing because I called and it's 13 grand now, and the garbage is still there. I don't understand why they don't pick it up, or why 3 months. Something, when you owe something, they disconnect something right away. Why did they let it? And this, now we have to pay this? I pay my taxes already for my property, and you're gonna add this to my bill? I already paid 9 grand for taxes, and you're gonna add this to my bill? When I pay everything? I'm already behind on bills, and you want to add this to my bill? It's not right. Especially because they just are able to charge this to me when it's not on even my bill. I work hard and overtime to pay this. It's not right.
Next.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Melissa. I work for a property management company, and I'm here to represent multiple of our owners. One of my comments is there was a lack of timely notification. The property owner was not able to, was not aware of the delinquent balance until 2025. long after the 2023-2024 tenants who were responsible for these services had vacated the premises. Had the owner been notified promptly during the time the tenants still occupied the property, we would have enforced our lease violation protocol to recover or remedy the outstanding balances directly to the responsible tenants. This tenant's responsibility for the services, the waste management accounts in question were not the property owner's name. They were not in his name, and the services were arranged by the tenants. Therefore, the charges correspond to the agreements and services made independently by the tenants and not by the owner, holding the owner financially responsible for the services he neither authorized nor received inequitable and inappropriate. No opportunity to mitigate. The owner was denied a reasonable opportunity to address or mitigate the situation due to the failure of waste management to notify or cooperate with the owner in a timely fashion. As a result, we were unable to take correction actions under the lease terms when the tenants defaulted on their obligations. Violation of fair business practices. The attempt imposition on unauthorized charges, violations basic consumer protection principles. Businesses are required to clearly disclose all fees and ensure the party being charged has agreed to and is aware of those charges. In this case, the property owner was not, the customer did not authorize. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next. Sorry, man. I'm going to take the speakers in the continued order they're coming. You can check in with anyone. You can call my office later this evening or tomorrow morning. We'll give you an update on where it is. No, my office. If you're from Gonzales, I'm still your supervisor. So yeah, so 831-755-5033. I'll give you an update tomorrow. Thank you. Please come forward.
Hi, my name is Diana Moncayo, and I'm here on behalf of my elderly parents. And this is very just redundant information that we've already heard about from all of our residents here. My parents also all of a sudden received like 6 different bills. They have rental properties. They've never used the services from the waste management. They've always used Marina Dump. That's what they've been doing for the past decade plus, that they obtained their property again. It was a family thing. So they received all these bills. My mom did what she could, knowing that she has a impairment obviously to speaking and stuff. And she got the renters to try to figure out and how to fix this issue with the waste management for services that they never used. And sadly to say that where we live, where they live, it's very poor kind of community where we have obviously people, undocumented immigrants that are there. They don't have the funds. They're trying to make ends meet. And here we are. We had to basically force them to pay a bill that they never got the services for. Obviously, I find that very unethical, and it's sad that we're even here speaking about this, that we've come this far because waste management has been very shady with this process. After all of this is done, my parents just got notified that there's 2 outstanding bills for 2 people they have no knowledge about. They never heard about these people. And unfortunately, Waste Management will not give them information as far as to date of services or whatnot. So there's these 2 bills now that are outstanding for a couple of $1,000s. And unfortunately, they obviously are probably not going to be able to fix the problem because there's nobody coming forward to speaking about that.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Sol Gonzalez, and I work for a property management company representing several residential rental properties in the community. I'm here to speak in opposition to the policy of placing tenants' delinquent service balances on the property owner's tax rolls. And so let me be clear, tenants should be responsible for these services. They are responsible. They open the service accounts, they use the utilities, receive the bills, and are contractually obligated to pay for them. Yet, when they default, the outstanding balances are unfairly shifted to the property owners, so individuals and businesses who had no role in the contract, no access to the account, which we had contacted Waste Management. They did not want to give information because we were not in the account, and no ability to monitor or manage the tenant's payments. So we weren't notified until, like the statistics and the slide said, that this changed May of this year, so just maybe a month ago. And we're getting billed for past years, I want to say one goes back 2022, and there's multiple properties. So it adds up to the thousands. This practice is not only unjust, it is a violation of fair business practices. In no other setting is one party forced to cover another's private debt without consent or involvement. Again, we contact them and they say, we can't give you information because it's not your account, yet it's being charged to the property owners. It undermines trust in the system and sets a dangerous precedent that threatens the financial stability of responsible property owners. Again, it's going to their tax rolls, which they do pay, they are responsible, but this is being added to it. To make matters worse, there's often a complete lack of timely notification, which I'm sure you've heard. So we just ask that you end the practice of transferring tenant delinquent balances to the property tax roll. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, members of the board and members of the public. My name's Liz Hall. I'm here with Waste Management tonight, and I just want to start by saying I hear you, and I am here to help. I have flyers here with information on them. The email address will come to me. So a couple of things I wanted to cover off. We can't cancel due to non-payment. It is a clause in the agreement and per the ordinance. Refuse is mandatory in the county, so it's either service or a valid exemption on file. When a tenant vacates, we don't know until we're made aware. So if there's been a tenant that is vacated and you've been listed as a property owner and that tenant no longer resides there, please get in touch with me. I have a piece of paper for you. We will work with owners to adjust if you would prefer a bill come to you. This new process of owner notification just began this year with the special assessment process. So this is very new. We're working out kinks. I hear you guys. We, have the 2 lanes of exemption or service, but we will work with folks. Please come see us in our Castroville office. I make myself available. If something, I've said from the beginning of this process, if something's wrong, we want to work to make it right. So I'm here to assist. I'll be in the back of the room with some flyers for you folks. I do want to say, out of the accounts that are left on the list that I updated the county with today, this makes up less than 4% of the residential accounts billed. But again, there's humans behind this process. There's certainly errors that could have occurred, but we want to correct any of those, obviously. So I'm here to assist. Thank you for your time, and I hope to speak with you guys soon and help however I can. Thank you.
Next speaker, you only get one shot at it. Sorry, sir. Next speaker.
My name is Dorothy Cabral, and just like with so many other people, I was completely blindsided by a bill that came out of the blue. My tenant, when she moved in, opened up an account with Waste Management. Everything was going fine. And unbeknownst to me, she decided she was not going to pay anymore. Nobody notified me. She never said one word to me. Waste Management never sent me anything to alert me to that. My name is not on her account. I don't create her trash, and I don't feel like I should have to pay for that because I knew nothing about it at all. And I am a single senior. I pay my taxes, I pay my bills, I pay my waste management bill on time, no problem. I didn't even know about this. So there's something wrong here. This is not on any level. Is this correct? Is this the way to run a business? It was very disturbing for me. My bill is over $2,300 that you're going to put on my property tax. That I can't do that. I have a limited amount of income. I'm on Social Security, retired senior. So this needs to be looked at and fixed and try to help us, because I knew nothing about this at all. And this was back in 2022 or 21 or something that it started accumulating. Unbeknownst to me, just because I'm the property owner, she didn't tell me. Waste Management didn't tell me. What am I supposed to do? It's not my fault. I didn't create this mess. So that's all I want to say. I don't think it's right.
Thank you, Dorothy. Next speaker.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you for your time. I think one of the themes here has been that there isn't a good dispute resolution process here. And 2 years ago, my home burned down. We had a can service and a dumpster service. We live on a small horse property. And we wanted to continue the dumpster service, but not the can service, because the cans melted and we were no longer living in the home because it was no longer there. We called Waste Management, made the effort to try and get that sorted out, thought that it was, and every month got e-statements and automatic payments were going through, so there was no real issue there until a few months ago find out that we owe close to $3,000 for service that is provided. The dumpster is getting picked up, but there's no can getting picked up. So I just don't understand what we're not paying for here. It's almost like we're being expected to have been paying for the cans for 2 years and the dumpster for 2 years, but there's no cans. So it's just a matter of resolving these disputes. We've been on the phone for hours trying to figure this out, and we can't. With Waste Management, we're not getting anywhere, and so I don't know how we can be expected to pay this in taxes as an assessment when there's just no adequate mechanism for the dispute to be resolved. We should have that opportunity, I think, before we're made to pay this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next. All right, last call.
Good afternoon. My name is John Church. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, although 2 minutes is hardly a fair chance. Waste Management is incompetent. Till recently, I owned a property on Highway 68. The truck would come, the guy'd miss with a dumpster, papers blowing down the street. Anyway, that's just a little sideline. That's not the issue. I just learned a few days ago that I allegedly owe them $3,300. The tenant that accrued the deal hasn't been there in 5 years. So how did it take Waste Management 5 years to unload this on me? It's obvious there is collusion between the Waste Management and the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Collusion, aiding and abetting theft. Now, I tried to call Waste Management this morning to get a detail on how this occurred. You suppose I can get through? No, I got the robot that you can't pierce. Customer service, please. Human being, please help. Nada. So Waste Management is absolutely should be barred from the Monterey Peninsula. I think there's a separate company in Salinas that handles it. Waste Management is absolutely incompetent. I've said enough, but I've spent 3 days documenting what I'm talking about. 3 days of my life, well, including today. And that's ridiculous. I did not contract for the service. my tenant from hell, who he was, and I didn't renew his lease, he contracted for it. He hasn't been there in 5 blipping years. What do I do?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Next speaker.
I feel sorry for all these people. I'm not in the same boat. I'm in a different boat. I have rentals, right? This bill's paid. We talked to Waste Management. They said it was paid. I live in Pine Canyon. King City sent me a bill for $1,800. The gentleman that they say owes the money, sitting back there, he works for me. He's my manager. He's been working with Waste Management, King City. It's like talking to a tree. That's why I feel sorry for all these people. I don't have their problem. I could pay this bill for him, but it'd be paying it twice. And I keep receiving the same bill for $1,800, even though it's paid. So what I'd like to know is how many people are getting these bills that are paid again? That's what I'd like to know. And if you guys don't have any sympathy for these people, there's something wrong. Because you're like David and Goliath. You're taking care of Goliath. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Okay. Hi, my name is Bonnie Sawyer. I live in Prunedale. Let's see. Well, I canceled with Waste Management because my house is on eminent domain, and they charged me 3 months ahead of time, and I don't know from 1 month to the next if I'm going to still be there. So I canceled, but then, like she said, you can't cancel. So instead of them just keep billing me, they started also billing me as a current resident. And I've been living there for like 30 years. So I have a bill in my name, I have a bill in the current resident's name, it's different customer IDs, different prices I owe. So I don't, and I certainly can't afford to pay this on my taxes. If there's a problem, I need to talk to them and work it out with them. This should not be placed on my property taxes. That's all I want to say. Okay.
Thank you. Other speakers?
Good afternoon. My name is Alejandra Piñon Ruiz, and I'm here representing my mother. We received the notice of a delinquency fees around $1,200. The first notice that we got from this was for this hearing. We didn't have the bill. It wasn't mailed to us, and then we also didn't receive any previous notice of the balance. And then the thing is that the bill, the notice that it was sent to, it's under my father's name, but he passed away May of last year. And then also the property is also under his name. So it's technically not ours yet. So we were wondering how we would resolve this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? All right, so we're going to close public comment room, go to public comment on Zoom, see if anybody has their hand raised. Again, going to remind folks to use *9 if you're on a landline and wish to speak. The raise hand function is at the bottom of your screen, typically within the reactions tab if you're looking for that. We'll give them another few seconds here. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands going up, so we're going to close public comment and bring it back. I know there's a lot of comments here. I want to see first, Mr. Encarnacion, is there comments there you want to respond to before we go to questions from the board?
Thank you, Chair Lopez. Yes, just like what Ms. Hall mentioned with WM, we're here to follow up on any issues that have been brought forward. If there's issues with questions on exemptions, questions on how to square away the billing, I believe that people are here to follow up on those issues. The whole purpose of this process is to ensure that we have the right information. If there's a problem, then it should be corrected. I agree. And that's what we're here for.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the dais. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I want to thank everybody who made time to be here today and to express their concerns. Obviously, there's a mix of different issues with these individual cases. So the question would be a process. Obviously, there seems to be some valid disputes here. And what I heard from many of these residents is there should be a fair process to resolve them before actually the lien is placed on their tax bill. So maybe it's a question for waste management as well. What if we decide to table this or postpone it to allow some process to take place, administrative process? Because I think some of these I think we're going to find out that they're accurate and or paid already or whatever the situation may be, and they will resolve themselves with a process. So how would that take place? How would folks who have a dispute? Obviously, notices went out to many more residents. This is a very small fraction of folks who received the notice. So the folks who have a dispute, what's the process for resolving them, and how long will that take before we could bring this back to perhaps take a vote on those that haven't been resolved by then?
Thank you, Supervisor. I have the slide that kind of explains it, if you want to put it back up on the screen. But there's a process. There's an email. Ms. Haller's here. She has flyers on how to contact. There's a timeline that we have after this date. If you want to provide more information that was listed here to try to resolve the issue, these are the issues here in terms of like the notification. You also seen from the other previous slide from when we started, the numbers have been going down because people were responding. Obviously, people are here today. It makes sense that there's a response and people are here to defend themselves. It makes sense. So, and then here's the timeline and the date and what could be provided to make the case.
Okay, but explain. That would only give 10 days, right? That doesn't seem like a reasonable amount of time. And I know your office, waste management, they're very busy. And so can we reevaluate a realistic time frame? And so if you have a, what happened? Walk us step by step for folks that are here. What happens? Because they're calling the office and they're getting the machine. So is there going to be a designated person who will get each of the disputes here and then set up a date to have a Zoom or some kind of hearing to try to resolve the dispute? If you could walk us, just what is the process?
Please don't scream out in chambers. We've got a formal process in this chambers. We're in a formal hearing, so please respect the process. That's what we're requesting at this time. So is there a response to the question, Rick?
Miss Robin Kimball here, she's our staff person. Liz Hall is, and they also have a team at Waste Management to listen to the questions. As you've seen from our presentation, we've sent out notices. Also, the notices were sent out even prior to when bills were being sent out regularly during 2023 and 2024. In terms of this is the process. We've been notifying since, at least for this particular process, since January of this year, January, February, March, April, and then June, this notice of this hearing. And then if after this hearing, if you're asking us to provide more resources, I can tell you that we probably don't have enough resources to address all of the particular issues, but then we have our phone number, we have Liz Hall in the audience and Waste Management.
Yeah, but I'm trying to make this as simple as possible for folks. They're going to leave today. They want to have, what's the roadmap to getting my claim addressed? If somebody paid a bill, if it was some previous person who subscribed to the service, and now the bill is falling on the property owner, that seems unjust, right? If I don't pay my my light bill or water bill, I get a notice that they might get cut off after a certain point. And so if a tenant went for months, if not years, not paying their garbage bill, how is that just that the property owner now has to pay for that, right? So I'm just saying all these disputes, obviously if they get a bill, they have a recourse to go to small claims and challenge it and have a court hearing. But then that's going to drag you. It's going to drag waste management in. Whereas some of these, it seems like with a contact person who will actually respond to each of their inquiries and then set up a meeting or a dispute process, that's what it's going to take to resolve the several dozen residents that want to have they want to be heard and have been able to explain why they should not have that lien placed on the property.
I agree. And we do have, again, we have our staff available. We have Ms. Hall, Ms. Hall available through Waste Management to receive information and for her team to work up and follow up on the issues. And if there's corrections that need to be made, they can make the corrections.
Okay, well, maybe we could hear from Ms. Hall.
She stepped out.
Oh, okay.
She didn't leave. She stepped out into the hall. I can see her out in the hall. So please respect the process and respect the process, please. I'm only gonna ask one more time. There is not multiple times to public comment. I have asked you multiple times, sir.
Yes.
Supervisor Alejo.
And I'll just say, Liz, if you know her, folks don't know her here, but she is pretty responsive. So what I want, maybe when she comes back in, is to maybe talking to you. What's the process? Some of these disputes, it's going to take Waste Management to show whether they paid or if it was a previous tenant, whatever the issue may be, to be able to resolve some of these. So I don't know if it's going to be a process that's going to take both county and Waste Management staff to be able to work through these disputes.
Correct, Supervisor. And, we have worked through other disputes, through other people who have called back and responded. It would take research into what the correct issue is. In environmental health, we also build restaurants, gas stations, same thing, change of owners. People are not there anymore. It just takes some follow-up to make sure that we have the right information, have the proof that the bills have been sent out. And we do have the ordinance, mandatory garbage collection for the property owners. That is an ordinance that has been around since the franchise has been present. Now there's an exemption process, and then but that's very narrow on who's qualified for an exemption. There's a reason why there's mandatory garbage service in this county.
Can you explain that?
That mandatory garbage service supports the whole system. The more people that are involved in paying their bills supports the system of garbage collection. It addresses illegal dumping. It addresses litter. It addresses many issues involved with solid waste. The solid waste system is not just Waste Management picking up people who have garbage service. Environmental health, somebody mentioned about the unhoused and the homeless. All of this issue with solid waste and litter around the county, a major part of it is garbage collection service. The reason why that it's mandatory to have garbage collection service is because obviously there's a cost to ensuring that our county is clean. Mandatory garbage service and a very narrow definition of an exemption is what supports this whole system.
Right. I'm glad you put that on record because I think when you explain the reason why we have these policies, it's always good to start, why do these policies exist, how they function, how do they support a system of garbage collection, which we know it's a necessity, and we know illegal dumping is definitely, we just had a conversation on this topic last week here. Anyways, but hopefully by the end of the meeting, we could get some clarity on next steps for residents on a fair process for resolving disputes. Thank you.
So I know everybody wants to talk, so if I could I've got a couple, I think, key questions here. One is billing. What is our statute of limitations? How far are we allowed legally to go back to bill? Because I'm hearing some timeframes that are pretty extensive, so I want to be clear about what that allowance is.
Thank you, Supervisor. The time frame that was looked at was 2023 and 2024.
Okay, so when folks are telling us they've got bills from 2020, 2021, Is that incorrect, or that's when the billing period started, but the amount charged is only for those last 23 and 24
2023 and 2024. That's the billing amount.
Okay. And if somebody feels that their bill is capturing that period before in terms of the amount on the notice, then they need to get that clarification as part of the formal process as Supervisor Alejo's requesting, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So one other thing that I want to share with the public is, in my time here, speaking to the purpose of the ordinance, I was not on the Board of Supervisors when the ordinance was founded that created mandatory garbage service, but I did work at the county, and I remember the upheaval. I remember the folks that were upset about having the service foisted upon them. I remember those conversations. In fact, I helped to process hundreds of exemptions myself, right? I was part of that process in helping folks work through the process of saying, my driveway's unserviceable, I live in a place, I just don't want it, I haul myself, I've got history. But when that went out, in the media, folks heard it and they responded. But I know the folks here, to the ones who said, well, I didn't know that that was a mandatory service. If that was your piece, you missed that notice then, or came in after and didn't realize it was a mandated service. But that was a fight the county had years ago and played out in the media and led to a bunch of calls that came in. So in terms of the history, that wasn't mentioned here today, but it's important for me to make sure that you know that that's where that came from. An exemption process was required from the board of the under the UFA and of the provider. Now, one more thing that was required from this board in the last update to that UFA, the United Franchise Agreement, was a local call center. So I do have concerns about the fact that folks are calling and not hearing a live person on the other end of the line. So if I could ask our waste management reps, what is the status of the local call center that we required in that last contract? And is that up and running? When will it be up and running? And can they assist? Because directing this many angry folks to one person has me concerned about response times. I got you. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Lopez. So when I came and updated the board in June about the status of the local call center, starting from scratch, 5 reps in Castroville being backfilled by the reps in SoCal still, which is where calls have been typically directed, as well as some support from the general queue. Over the past 2-ish weeks that we've gone live with calls going to the Castroville office, we've had so much backfill support as they gather data on how many calls are coming in. We're slowly having to, it's what we call de-skill, but pull back that extra support so more calls are pumping through the Castroville office. I was given a stat, I believe it was yesterday, there were 60 calls to the 800 number, and I believe 20 of them came just to the Castroville reps. So we're at about a third. We're looking to get to that 75-100% mark within the next, I'd say comfortably 1 to 2 months as we gather data. So this is a process, but we are wanting to go slow. It's not as simple as just saying, okay, now all the phones ring in Castroville. There's a lot of back-end tech that I don't have insight into, like I'm not involved in directly, but there's the phone chain that you will get immediately when you call. It's called the IVR. And then when you're forced to a rep, our goal is to have those phones ring in Castroville 100% of the time, and then have backfill in Woodland or Lodi. So we have a NorCal truly supported call center. It just takes time. And unfortunately with this process, it's like we're rolling out and we're towards the end of this process. So that email, so that's my update on the call center. That email that has been provided, that is a inbox specifically for any disputes raised here or any that come into your office. Robin and I have been, we've been hip to hip working through very quickly any issues that are resolved. I have a billing team that supports. So
thank you, Ms.
We are able to
Thank you.
to
So
help.
what I'm going to ask, Rick, can you put up that slide again? I think I saw folks trying to pull out their phones to get photos of that before it got pulled down. So please put that back up. Now, I do want to ask a question of you, Rick, and the timeline here, this July 10th, what is the urgency behind that date? Is there urgency behind that? Can we extend that to create and allow for a more formal process of interaction to get resolution for some of these customers?
The information needs to get to the reason for the timeline and the urgency is it needs to get to the tax assessor by August 1st.
August 1st. Okay. So one more piece in terms of history, so folks know, the UFA that we talked about, that franchise agreement was agreed to, what, 12 years ago? How long has it been?
15?
15 years ago. And so a lot of folks realized over time, if they just didn't pay their bill, the service continued, right? We got into this thing where every year they would get a report on this agreement, and it would be that the bad debt, folks that just stopped paying, were stacking up, right? And because of that, you guys as paying customers were paying more to carry the people who were not paying. And that was where the need to create a process for what we're doing right now came from. It's why we're sitting here. But we realize there's errors in that paperwork too. We need to create a process for those errors to be sussed out and to work through that process, which is what we're doing today. And we realize it's not perfect. You heard today there's different sets of issues in this room. But I just want to be clear with you about why you're seeing this for the first time after 15 years of this ordinance being in place here in the county of Monterey. It's because for a long time, a lot of folks just didn't pay their bill. And what it was doing was forcing the cost to go up on all the other customers, as you saw the numbers being in, millions of dollars a year that were not being paid, then having to be redistributed over everyone else. And folks were saying, that's not fair to me. As somebody who is paying my bill, why do I have to cover everybody else's bill? Much like we heard today. So with that, that's great framework for me. Thank you for answering those questions. I'm going to go to Supervisor Church.
Thank you, and I appreciate everybody coming out here today for this. Mr. Encarnacion, I know you mentioned the bill's been going out since 23, 24 on some of these, but I think that part of the problem is that the people in here, I think probably from listening to them, the majority probably were the ones that got those bills. It might have been renters, or the bill was going to a different location, and I think that's where kind of issues coming up, so they didn't necessarily get that notice. Looking at these 4 points up here, there's really three: proof of vacancy, change of ownership, or proof of a payment. It's not I'm not going to consider the paid outstanding balance because that's what everybody's here. But some people have spoken that they don't have cans. It's a property that's been vacant or something along that line. And I think there needs to be in here like was proof of no service. If there's any way that can be looked at and considered into there, I think I know 15 years ago, I used to not, I didn't have this service. I would take my garbage, my dad would take his garbage to the landfill. When this took place, we ended up with cans that just appeared on our driveway and kind of learned about it, except one of the properties we have never got any cans onto that. And so I realized there may have been an uneven process through this at times, and something may have been missed, and that's something that's important to take in some consideration. But looking through this, I really do agree with what we've already discussed here, that this July 10th deadline really needs to be extended. Part of the problem is we've only had a local call center for 2 weeks. So I think a lot of the folks that have been calling prior to that are probably calling back to Texas, which I think we've all expressed frustration with. I know I have when I've had problems myself. And so I don't know if I don't know if we can get this by August 1st or not settled. And I don't know if there's if that's a statutory regulation onto there, or is that what the assessor wants to work with, and whether there's any room possibly into there. But I think we need to see what we can resolve here as much as possible. And there probably needs to be an established dispute process too, because I don't know if we really have an established dispute process onto here. I'd like to see us work in some kind of hardship exemption. I mean, we're hearing about some elderly people that are involved into here too, and I think this needs to be taken some consideration. I don't know if there's a payment plan included into this. I've heard that mentioned, and I think that's something that we need to look at as well. And as we go back and we look at, there's an exemption process, which you pointed out is rather narrow. And I believe that probably would have been established in around 2010. I don't know if it's been reviewed since then. I'd like to have it so we can bring it back and have it reviewed and possibly seen if it can be broader onto there. I I understand the reason we have this ordinance. None of us were on the Board of Supervisors when this happened. It was happening well before any of us ever got here. Anybody, it's in terms of government, that's eons ago, and it's something that needs some tweaking on, and I think the exemption process needs to be tweaked onto that a bit. I do know it's a little bit narrow onto there. I have a couple of questions here. Some people have mentioned that they've tried to get information on their past bills, that not their bills, but maybe a tenant's bills, and that information isn't being shared. I don't know I don't know is that information being shared at all?
Is this on? Okay. Yes. So there's difficulties in that you don't know who you're getting on the other end of the line. This is an established process in some places where people are picking up the phone. This may be the first time, and that's why the local call center is so essential. All 5 of the ladies in the Castroville office, they know. If someone's calling in, give them the info. We have different in our system called screens. On the 2 screens, the owner information. On the 1 screen is the account holder information. Either name's given, give the information. You know, we want to clear up as much of this as possible. Yes, so that's why I'm very excited with next year is hopefully, you know, with collection notices going out, you know, routinely, that there'll be less of this, right? We don't want to do this process, right? We want as few people here as possible.
I understand, but if somebody calls in,
right,
and they say, "Hey, I'm the property owner. I've got this bill for $2,000.
Right.
I want to know more about it." We share that with them.
Yes, that is the practice that they've been advised to
prior
do.
to 2 weeks to the call center setting up. Was that being done? Do you know?
If they got someone that's familiar with the special assessment process, then yes. But that's why it's key that this is established, because everyone in Northern California that is going to either be backing up the system or out of Castroville is aware of this process.
But prior to 2 weeks ago, somebody's calling they might be calling Texas or somewhere else who weren't quite familiar with this.
Yes, it could be a possibility. I'd have to look on a case by case basis of who they speak.
And that's where I think we got to find some way to extend this out as far as possible and really set up a dispute process so it's a little more step by step, a little more organized onto there. And I understand this being the first time. I think you know, in the future this is the rough period, and I think being a rough period, we have to go and make accommodations as much as possible for those who need it, because you start something out new, it's not perfect. I mean, it's not perfect from our end, it's not perfect from your end, and it's surely not perfect for the people out there.
Right.
So. And I really do think we really need to review the exemption process. And before we leave here, I want to make sure we're giving direction on that, so that will come back. But that's all I have for right now.
Thank you. I want to say a couple things first, and then share a story. And the first thing is that it sounds like there is a better process that's on the horizon that will, in the future, fix a lot of the things that we're hearing happened today, and that's good. But I'm concerned about the exemption process, that it doesn't seem like it's easy enough to get an exemption, and we've heard some valid, I think, reasons for an exemption. I'm concerned about the fact that if someone is an owner of a property and their tenant moves out, there is no access to that account because they're not the account holder, and that makes it literally impossible to cancel the account, if I've heard that correctly. So that's a problem. And then I'm really concerned about notification, and that's something that sounds like it's being fixed for in the future. But it is, it's impossible to know you owe money if you're not notified. And so that's something that needs to be addressed. I'm very concerned about the July 10th deadline, and I do want to put for 5th District residents or anyone who needs to call, our phone number is 647-7755. That's our office phone number. And if we can be helpful in this time, depending on how we move forward, our office is available and helpful. The last thing I want to say, which is the story, and I am not pointing the finger in this. I'm trying to understand what has happened, and it could very well be that I owed a lot of money. But when I got the notice of public hearing, I thought to myself, I haven't gotten a waste management bill in a few months. I want to make sure I don't owe money in order to, I'm a supervisor. I don't want to be sitting on this dais and a list is published of delinquent fees and I'm on it. So it's not easy to be a supervisor. It was very busy this year. So I turned to my colleague, as we're sort of underwater, and said, could you do me a favor and call Waste Management and find out if I owe any money? And lo and behold, from 2023 and 2024, it said I owed a significant amount of money. And I don't know how that's possible. And again, I'm not blaming anybody right now, but I don't know how it's possible that that had happened. But I didn't have time to go and figure it out, right? Got my hands full. My team and I are doing all of this work. So I just gave my credit card to my colleague and I said, just pay it and I'll figure it out later. Well, sitting here, I'm listening to all this, so I start trying to figure it out. And lo and behold, I've got 2 waste management accounts. I don't know why I have 2 waste management accounts. I've been living in the same place. Why are there 2 waste management accounts? Why are there 2 account numbers? And so, and why wasn't I getting the bills? And why didn't I get the notice in January that said I owed all this money? So there's unanswered questions. I don't know why that is. Don't know why I have 2 accounts, but I'm not comfortable with the July 10th deadline unless there's something we can do to help mitigate we need to be able to answer everyone's questions, and everyone needs to have valid time to make their case. There's a lot of people on this list that aren't here in the room, right? It's the middle of the week, on 4 o'clock in the afternoon is when this hearing started. So I understand, if I heard correctly, that the deadline has to do with getting, to the tax collector, and I think, we just got to figure that out and figure out if there's another way before we move forward. Last thing I want to say is the hearing notice dispute process. If disputing at a public hearing, you have to provide proof of vacancy, proof of change in ownership, proof of payment, or pay the outstanding balance. It seemed to me like there's an other that's missing from that list. And it's probably in line with the owners not being able to cancel and tenants leaving unpaid bills, or there's something that seems like it's missing, or not being able to get the exemption or awaiting an exemption or whatever it is. So I appreciated the history we heard, because I certainly feel for the person that the agency or the entity that takes on a contract that has, requirements like everyone has to be enrolled, and before this hearing, we didn't have an opportunity to go and send someone to the when you get the bill, never mind that, but can't just take their cans, can't stop service, right? Like, these are all things that make it very difficult to be in this business. But like I said, not quite comfortable moving forward. And I've had a personal experience that I'm trying to get to the bottom of. And I think it's important to note.
So with that, I think we've got some decisions to make, but I just want to share as well a story and thank Ms. Hall. I want to share that everyone who's reached out to our office has had the opportunity. We've routed them to Waste Management and come out with great outcomes. Absolutely. You're in this room because you didn't know that was an option. You didn't reach out, and you didn't see that on the paperwork you got. But I want to share with you, each one of you as a resident of Monterey County, you have an advocate in your supervisor. You elected us. We're there to fight for you, and we are going to reach out to Liz. My concern sitting here today is I know that this is probably 10% of the people who are upset and have issues that were able to make it today. And that may be an understatement in terms of how many, and that there's only one Liz Hall on the other end of that right now, from what I'm hearing, besides maybe the 4 support folks in Castroville that are helping to solve this issue. And so that is to say that I'm concerned about the timelines. But I will share, everyone who's reached out, folks from San Ardo, San Lucas, folks from Pine Canyon, to my office, we've been able to get great resolutions through Liz. I'm just worried about having 9 days left with a major holiday in the middle of that to get progress and solutions for everybody. So first request is reach out to your supervisors, let us be your advocate as well in this process. That's what we're there for. But the second piece is I'm hearing clearly from my colleagues the request for a formal process, which is hard to hear when I'm going to say that, and I have said that Liz has done a great job of solving those issues, but what we're hearing today is not everyone was aware of that opportunity, didn't reach out, and we're sitting at a point where now we're really in a crunch time with a short timeline to try to solve a lot of people's problems very quickly. And so given that, I'm going to turn to our CAO and ask, were we able to get an answer as to real deadlines versus those that perhaps are movable on the tax billing requirements?
So I was looking to see if I can get a response from the assessor, and I have not received a response back. But what I do want to suggest, and I think have concurrence from county council, is if your board is willing to continue the residential for further analysis so that we can work directly with the Department of Health, and then also look at the exemption process as you've requested, so that we can get a little bit more definition to the question, the solutions that we're looking for here, because I do think there's a lot of questions that we have as well.
So I'm willing to consider that, but I'm going to ask the crowd, does anybody in the crowd, by show of hands, currently have a commercial issue? Okay, so we are primarily dealing with residential. Okay, I just want to be sure, because I know typically when folks get the larger containers, the rollaways, they are for one reason or another set up as a commercial entity. So with that, we'll bring it back and see. I know that there was desire for direction. I see the CAO raising her finger, telling me she's got more info.
I am waiting for Marina to just confirm. So once I get that, so
Okay.
we may have that pretty soon here.
I'm going to go to Supervisor Church.
So the most pressing thing right now is the deadline, I would say. And I'd like to see us extend it past there, but if we're dealing with August 1st, I hope we can go past that. I would at least first like to say, let's just kick this to like maybe July 25th, if that's a Friday. If that's only a couple weeks there, and I'm just trying to, we need to go, we're not going to get this resolved in 2 weeks. I don't think we're going to get resolved by the end of the month, all the proper cases. But that would be my first, part I'd like to make a motion on is to go to the 25th, and then have this come back to our agenda next week on the 8th. I mean, these should be relatively simple questions we can get answers from this week. And then maybe if we have it agendized for the 8th, is that we can move it hopefully to a later date after that. That would be first, what I'd like to include is a motion into this. Again, also the exemption process, we need to open that up. I would also like to exploring a payment plan for some of these folks, and also looking at something where we can do for a hardship exemption. And that would be, I think, the four points I think that I feel are most relevant at this point.
All right, so I think I need to clarify your motion. So I got a motion to come back by the 25th with a clear update on...
A motion to we come back on the 8th
with clarification on the deadlines.
Of what we can do for deadlines.
And you're proposing an extension to the 25th of the...
July.
Okay.
Because
the extension is for...
This July 10th.
Date. Okay.
I mean, that's because I want to, but I want what I'm asking for is for our next meeting is how much further can we extend it past August 1st?
Okay, so then you're also asking for an exemption process to come back for further consideration, perhaps expansion, but in timeline for that, you're thinking this fall? I mean, in terms of...
Yeah, timely somewhere.
And then the payment plan piece, you want that as part of the conversation on the 8th?
Yeah, I think we need to discuss that before the deadline. Have that as an option. If the deadline can be extended past August 1st, then we can obviously do it later on.
Okay.
But it needs to be wrapped up into that.
So a little complicated, but that's the motion.
It is complicated. I think we need more time than that, at least 30 days. If we have July 10th, we're not even back from summer recess till August 5th is our next meeting. But even if you give it just beyond 30 days, say, for example, August 8th, and then I don't know when the item will come back to us, if it's on August 12th or so, but just to give it a reasonable amount, let's be reasonable. A lot of folks are short-staffed because people take their summer recesses, so I just want to make sure we're being realistic with the time frame here.
I think the biggest realistic piece is that it come back on the 8th with clarification on what's possible with the deadlines, because if we don't have, if they tell us that no, there is a hard stop on X date, then we're going to be up against.
Well, whatever the tax collector has to do would just, if we have to postpone it, would be another quarter, right?
That's what I don't know, or is it an annual, what period and cycle is she on?
It would be a quarter, I think. It's by the quarter. Hopefully our tax collector could answer that if she's
I think that's
watching.
what we're waiting for.
Yeah. Great. Because, and I think everything else has been said. I think like I said at first, it needs to be a dispute process, right? So to deal with these claims. I just think we need more time to make it realistic.
And I would like to add in a dispute process, a formal dispute process. I did mention that earlier. Thanks.
Council?
Supervisor, are you saying for this batch, if you will, or in the future?
Probably good to have it permanent, into there. At least for this batch, let's at least for this batch.
But I think we're going to need that just moving forward. If this is going to be the practice annually or every 2 years, where delinquent accounts need to face a lien, then there needs to be that dispute process. So might as well formalize it now. And just for folks who are here, all my residents live within the city limits of Salinas, so we're not contracted under waste management, but this is an issue for all my other colleagues, and that's why it's a little different for me not hearing from my constituents here today.
All right, so it sounds to me like we still don't have great clarity on the dates, as hard as our CAO is working over here making calls. We've been told the date is in August, but we don't know what that date is. So given that, with the motion, including the payment plan exemption process and formal dispute process, are you okay with coming back next week to formalize the response time to the issue we're dealing with today?
The only reason I'm suggesting the 25th is because of concern that August 1st might be a hard date. I don't think it's being fair if we continue on till August 8th with this July 10th deadline. I mean, that only gives folks 2 days. If by some chance we can't really change it for some reason, and I guess we could always move it to the 25th then or whatever, but I'm just trying to give some breathing room right now at this point. I just don't think 2 days is good enough. I think we need to at least temporarily move it down the line. But if the rest of the board isn't going for that, then let's get the rest of it in and we make a decision on the 8th.
So the hard deadline is August 1st, as confirmed by the CAO. So what day are we back? Is it the 5th? The 5th. Is your first meeting after? So we've got to make a call now in terms of process. Well, now or the 8th, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to go to Reed, who's also counsel with county counsel, who's sitting out in the crowd. We'll bring you to the dais here.
Thank you, supervisors. I just wanted to let you know I've been talking a little bit with the waste management representatives, listening to the desires that you all have, it sounds like moving this cutoff date for submitting appeal paperwork is something that Waste Management can work with. So giving extra space for individuals to submit whatever they need in order to have that process, that dispute resolution, that would give Waste Management time, environmental health time to consider that, make a reasoned decision. It would also allow for them to make that August 1st deadline. I'd heard that the city of King took an approach where they gave authorization as the legislative body, approving the report and authorizing staff to lower it, consistent with the dispute resolution and going through that process with the contractor. That would allow action to be taken at a future hearing, maybe on the 8th if that's the board's desire. So there's a plan to basically provide a runway for people to give their appeal paperwork, for Waste Management to process it, and to still make that August 1st deadline. That's a possibility. I wanted to draw that out since there's some thoughts on that. The other point I wanted to make for you is that the statute that brings us here today is a specific one that says you have to have a public hearing about this. It does also provide that you don't have to have a public hearing if you adopt and establish a more rigorous administrative appeal process. I'm hearing that's something that the board's interested in, so I will be looking into that with staff, because next year we may not have to go through this process the same way if we create a standalone administrative appeal process for these types of accounts that have whatever their concerns may be. So I just wanted to bring that out.
Thank you, Reed.
If we just follow up on one little question here. So August 1st to Friday. A question is, how close can we come to August 1st and still get the, and
Playing chicken, Supervisor,
Yeah.
playing chicken.
and get the and get whatever we need to the assessor?
I assume they provide a list to the assessor's office, but the assessor probably needs time to process that. And I'm assuming the August 1st gives them that?
So just to clarify, it's the auditor controller's
I'm
office?
sorry.
And this is because assessor's office was mentioned earlier. It's actually the auditor controller who then adds it to the bill, but that wouldn't be until August 1st.
So what I heard, though, was the option that, as was taken in King City, where we can approve the amounts, but also allow for those amounts to be lowered, allowing also an extension to at least the 25th for the community to engage and get their bills addressed, right? And so that gives that runway, that capacity, and that ability while still meeting the deadline of the 1st. All the other pieces that we're talking about here with exemptions, and those are going to come later anyway. So just as an option. But I saw Supervisor Daniels moving for the mic.
So, yes, I also heard that, we've conducted the public hearing, so that's happening. And so my only question is if we are confirming the report, but without the fees finalized, is that what's being suggested? So then we have the opportunity to come back on the 8th with a final conversation about the fees, and that's what would be submitted to the auditor controller?
Are the fees a total, and so we're approving up to that amount, or are they actually listed out per address? Reed or Susan?
The attachment is per address.
Yeah, so that's my question, is how are we actually handling that? While they're listed out that way, are we doing it as a total, and we can say that or less?
I think you are authorizing, and I do want Reed to come up because he did it, but I think you're authorizing each of the fees listed. There is that runway, as you described it, to give staff authority to lower those amounts through an individual review process by staff. And there is the option also to give that for just the residential, or both residential or commercial. You could approve the commercial and just do it for residential. You have that option. Reed, did I miss anything?
No, I think that summed it, but I think the direct answer is it's both. It's the aggregate, but also as individual accounts, the totals amounts are being approved, however, subject to being lowered only. They cannot be increased. So individual accounts that present evidence could have their amounts lowered, waived, expunged, whatever the case may be.
So are you looking for a motion that would separate out then, since it's a separate matter, the request for exemption, a review of the exemption process? And so if we were to just stick with the item, I'm willing to make a motion right now to adopt the resolution, confirm the report, giving staff authorization to reduce the total waste hauling fees that are listed in Attachment A, if need be, and to hold off until the 8th on authorizing the clerk of the board to file the certified copy of the report with the auditor controller.
That's a motion. So I will say that is a motion. If the maker of the motion is willing to also include the exemption process to be expanded with a report coming back to this board before the end of the year, right, as timely as possible on how that can be done, payment plan, and a formal dispute process.
I'm happy to add that to the motion.
It
Just
would
was
not
wanting
be
to
with
make
the
sure the
date
part
certain.
for the hearing is clear
Without
today.
the date certain, that would work.
Perfect.
All right, so motion, is that a second with those included?
I'll second that. I just
Okay.
want the clarification for the public.
Your mic.
Mic on? Let's make sure.
Sure. Okay,
For the
just want, yeah, second that. Clarification for the public is the July 10th deadline is now what?
At this point, it's at least the 25th, but as close as we can get to the 1st. I think we're playing a nasty game of chicken here.
Okay.
That
So
would be
we'll
part of the
set that by,
motion.
Yeah.
we'll decide that by the 8th, correct? Okay, thanks.
Or you could make that part of this motion.
Well, I'll say August 30th then, but I'm not sure if,
Ms. Hall, how do you, in terms of your processing here, because I'm wanting to make sure that,
July 30th, I mean, not sorry.
Chair Lopez and the board, this is a process. Pulling this list of information is my billing team. So it's unfortunately I am the messenger. But they need at least a day to get this right, and then we have to send that information to county staff, and then it has to be formatted. I'm not sure if there's additional information that the county then has to put on that report and have it in a specific format and then send it to the auditor. So I think that's a consideration, certainly. I will absolutely pull resources together to make sure that any disputes that come through that email or through our office are resolved in a timely manner. I will be having a conversation tomorrow. So I think it's certainly feasible. July 25th. I think if Friday, it's a clean date to work with, and it gives a couple of days to get it formatted and submitted to the auditor. So
okay, so we've got
that's what I'm comfortable with.
clarity on that. Now, one final question before I call the question, and that is, for the 8th, can we also have a clarification on what happens if after the 25th, somebody provides evidence and proves that they don't owe that? What does that look like? Is it still on the bill and they get a reimbursement, or is it removed from the bill and they can come in and challenge that with their proof? Understanding what that looks like after. I mean, if somebody can prove they're not on that hook, there's got to be a way to remove it. I just want to know now what that looks like. So if somebody misses that deadline or missed all of this and walks in a month from now and says, whoa, I missed this, what do I do now? On the 8th, I want to know what that looks like too.
And Supervisor Lopez, I'd like to know one thing further as well, which is what if they come in with all that information after it's on their tax bill and they're now just playing catch up? So if we could extend that out and answer that question as well.
Yep. Okay. So,
Well, I just want to get back to, I guess then it's the auditor. Why August 1st? I just said it has to be August 1st, but where's she at? Why isn't she answering and getting on Zoom? She's an elected official. She should be able to answer this question for these county residents. Because we're working all off trying to rush here over the next few weeks when liens are put in all the time. Why August 1st? Why can't it be September 1st, right? And there should be a legal answer to that.
Chair, since we're waiting for that answer, I just want to reiterate again that Our office number is 647, oh dear. I'm going to tell you what our office number is in just a second.
It's
831-647-7755. Thank you very much. But I do want to reiterate that we will be all hands on deck. And I want to say that Waste Management has been incredibly responsive in the last few weeks when folks have called our office with concerns. We've resolved disputes. So please do call in the 5th District, our office, so we can work with Waste Management and help you out.
And I still don't see the auditor controller, so I think.
And so I just kind of follow up on Supervisor Alejo on that too, because, initially I thought we were talking about the assessor was going to be putting this on the bills and there's going to be some legal requirements. I just, it starts to raise a question in my mind whether there's really a legal requirement that's requiring August 1st for the auditor, or whether that's just what the auditor views as convenient date to use.
Exactly.
And I think we're going to revisit this on the 8th, and we
could
get that
wait
clarification. And I think, hopefully we can kick this down even further, because the more time we have to resolve this, the better it is for everybody.
Right.
Right, you could put July 25th for now, knowing that on July 8th, we're going to hear this matter, and not the public hearing, but we're going to talk about this and we can get those answers and possibly kick it further.
Okay. So there is a motion, there's a second, and we're not seeing a hand up from the auditor control. Supervisor Alejo, final thoughts?
No, just wanted to encourage people, then next week, if they want to follow this, it'll be on the agenda.
I'll make it timely. I'm going to ask
At the
for
1:30 agenda?
It'll be the first item after lunch.
1:30 agenda?
Yeah,
Right, and
1:30.
then if you cannot be here in person, they could join us by Zoom.
Yep.
Yep, and then you could speak on Zoom if you want to make public comment as well.
Right. So with that, we've got a motion, a second on the floor. I'm going to ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? The motion carries. We've concluded this item and all of our other business for the day except for an adjourn in memory. And I'm going to go to Supervisor Daniels to let us know who we're adjourning in memory of today. And we're closing the public hearing as part of that conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And today we're adjourning in memory of a Carmel Valley resident that I learned passed away early this morning, and that is John Walton. And John Walton was involved in many organizations, including Big Sur Land Trust, the Carmel Valley Association, Land Watch. He was an author, a sociologist, and a historian who got his bachelor's at UCLA and his PhD at UC Santa Barbara, and was a distinguished professor at UC Davis for many years. And it's a great opportunity, I think, to reflect on some of the work that he did. He wrote a book called Western Times and Water Wars, which is relevant today, the history of 100 years of California's Owens Valley, which many of us know that story. He also wrote a book called Storied Land, which was a powerful and innovative investigation of how historical narratives are produced. For many local publications, he's written about the Big Sur Coast and California in general. And just the last thing I'll say is he was just a really lovely man, and he is going to be missed. So if you're out and about in Carmel Valley, you will likely see his wife, Pris Walton, around, we're all really going to miss John a lot. So thank you for the opportunity to adjourn today's meeting in John Walton's memory.
With that, we are adjourned. Thank you.